Chapter 1761. The Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell fell directly into the Nine Underworld Sea. The previously restless demonic domain instantly calmed down. It trembled a little as if it was bearing an immense pressure. The boiling blood sea calmed down again. A Buddha with a yellow face and a golden body appeared at the bottom of the Nine Serenities abyss, and a monarch with an ethereal face and a majestic aura directly stepped into the blood sea. On the other hand, the black mirror that symbolized the Mahasvara heavenly demon on the 12 pillars under the blood sea formation disappeared. It was replaced by a human-like existence in black clothes, but with 8 arms. The 3 Tao realm experts finally revealed their true forms. They offset each other's mystical abilities and manifested themselves in front of the world. The Tao realm experts confronted each other. The entire 9 underworld's demonic domain trembled as if it was going to collapse. Fortunately, the 12 underworld's demonic domain was still operating at full strength, which helped to maintain the stability of the 9 underworlds. However, Amitabha Buddha pointed his finger, and the suppressed blood sea became even more silent. Among the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea, the illusory shadow on the pillar that symbolized the faceless heavenly demon became fainter and fainter, showing signs of fading. The 9 underworld's demons all had extremely serious expressions. Long before the creation of the world and the creation of the 9 underworld's demonic domain, Amitabha Buddha had transformed into the faceless heavenly demon and occupied the position of the 4th ancestral demon, destroying the destiny of the demonic path. He had given up the authority of the faceless heavenly demon and returned it to the 9 underworlds, allowing the 9 underworlds to set up the 12 underworlds' demonic domain today. However, as a Tao realm expert, Amitabha Buddha still had some influence on the faceless heavenly demon. At this critical moment, the 12 underworlds' demonic domain's operation had been further hindered. The 9 underworlds was not unprepared for this. The Mahasvara heavenly demon had tried his best to guard against this, but he was still unable to protect himself. His 8 arms formed hand signs to control the operation of the demonic domain. Rays of blood light appeared again and surged toward Amitabha Buddha like a tidal wave. Amitabha Buddha's expression did not change at all. A treasure pagoda appeared above his head, and there was a relic on top of it. As the treasure pagoda opened, countless glazed lights shone down and blocked the blood light outside. Dong Wang Tai's face was hidden behind the clouds, and no one could see him clearly. However, there was also a bronze bell above his head. As the bell rang, invisible ripples spread out. Even the unfathomably deep 9 underworld sea seemed to solidify at this moment. And then cracks appeared. The 8 arms of great freedom heavenly devil were gathered in front of his chest. The light gathered in his 8 palms. It was dazzling at first. Then it became clear and transparent, like a shining round mirror. Strangely enough, the incorporeal bell sound emitted by the ancient bronze bell seemed to have become tangible at this moment. Illuminated by the brilliant light, the sound converged into a line and fell on the round mirror. The mirror flashed and reflected the sound of the bell, turning into a torrent that flew straight out, its target being Amitabha Buddha. The great freedom heavenly devil revealed his trump card. He wanted to borrow the power of the Eastern Monarch Tai to attack the master of the Western Pure Lands. However, Amitabha didn't react at all. Dong Wang Tai raised his hand and knocked on the ancient bell above his head. The torrent that was deflected by the mirror light instantly disappeared. It couldn't even reach the Amitabha Buddha. The next time it appeared, it was beside the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil. The Great Freedom Heavenly Devil opened his palm and changed his hand seal. Surging blood radiances surrounded his body, blocking off the torrent's attack. However, Amitabha Buddha remained calm and pointed with his finger again. The illusory figure that represented the faceless heavenly devil became even fainter. Affected by this, the 12 devilish heavenly formation circulation became even slower. The blood radiances surrounding the great freedom heavenly devil, which were controlled by him, became even fainter. Even before the 12 devilish heavenly formation was fully established, it already possessed immense might. It helped the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil to fight against two Tao realm opponents at once. However, Amitabha Buddha and Dongwang Tai were extremely powerful. Under their cooperation, the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil could only barely defend against their attacks with the incomplete 12 devilish heavenly formation. He was slowly losing ground and was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. While Yin Zhaoge was helping Feng Yunsheng to recuperate, he was also paying close attention to the 9 underworld movements. Yang Jian and the others were also staring at the 9 underworld's abyssal sea without blinking. The battle between the 3 Tao ancestors didn't seem to be intense, and they seemed to be very casual. However, that was only because their opponents were each other. If a wave from the overflowing blood sea came crashing down, only 3 to 5 people would be able to survive. The rest would be instantly killed on the spot. The blood radiances would devour them, and not even their corpses would be left intact. Even if there were only 3 to 5 people like Mahama Yuri, if they didn't escape in time, even if they could hold on for a while, they would still be drowned by the surging waves. However, Amitabha Buddha and Dongwang Tai had entered the Blood Sea to suppress the Great Freedom Heavenly Devil and the 12 devilish heavenly formation. As a result, the Blood Sea regained its tranquility. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others had the chance to refine the Blood Sea and resolve the devilish tribulation. The 12 devilish heavenly formation seemed to be suspended in mid-air once again, and it couldn't succeed. Instead, it became the prey for others to fight over. Only, it depended on who would succeed. Mahama Yuri was still domineering. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands Buddhas could only sigh helplessly. Tao Lord Luya seized the opportunity and manifested the dark green devilish flames once again. It landed on the Blood Sea and leaped about. Above the 9 underworlds, the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were still in a stalemate. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Mahama Yuri and said, "Taoist, you've already obtained 4 out of the 5 relics. Only the last one is with Maitreya. How would he give it to you so easily? After Buddha dispels the white lotus heretic Tao, wouldn't it be perfect for you to obtain all of them? If you help Taoist Luya ascend to the Tao realm, your chances of obtaining the last relic would be even smaller." As soon as he said that, every one of the demon race paused for a moment. In the past, the Western Pure Lands exchanged 2 relics with Mahama Yuri. Now, the demon race exchanged another one. In other words, Mahama Yuri already had one. Yin Zhaoge and the others looked at each other. He's still lacking the last Buddha's relic, and it's in the hands of the future Buddha. Kong Xian had already obtained 1 relic long ago. After that, through a few transactions, he consecutively exchanged for the other 3 relics. This matter should have been kept a secret, and only he knew about it. However, he didn't expect the Dipankara ancient Buddha to know about it as well, and he even revealed the news today. There was no need for the Dipankara ancient Buddha to lie. It wasn't easy for the future Buddha to calculate the exact whereabouts of the relics left behind by the already transcended Gautama Buddha. However, he also had a relic with him, which allowed him to deduce whether the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words were true or not. Today, the whereabouts of the 5 Buddha's relics were known to everyone. This caused the atmosphere between Mahama Yuri and the demon race to tense up. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 1762. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Tao Lord Luya didn't look at Mahama Yuri or the Dipankara Buddha. Instead, he turned his head to stare at the future Buddha, who was outside the 9 hells. At this moment, the sound of Buddhist chanting could be heard coming from the white lotus above the 9 underworlds. The Sanskrit sound was vast and majestic. At first, it was hard to understand its meaning, but soon a voice seemed to ring in everyone's heart at the same time. "Today, I will fulfill Wisdom King's wish." Everyone was stunned. Mahama Yuri pressed his palms together. "Thank you for your benevolence, future Buddha." That voice belonged to the future Buddha, Maitreya. He promised that as long as they survived today's 9 underworlds layout, the last Buddha Saraira would be given to Mahamayuri, and he would not make things difficult for him. These words resolved the awkwardness between Kong Xian and the demon race. On the other hand, today's 9 underworlds layout had tied Mahamayuri to the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Mahamayuri's expression was serene. 5-color divine light flowed around his body. He looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha and strode forward. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands couldn't withstand it and could only retreat. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Tao Lord Liu Ye stepped forward, refining the sea of blood with his blackish-green, demonic flames. At the same time, he sent mentally, "We still need to pay more attention to the 3 clear lineage." Mahamayuri nodded silently. He stood on the sea of blood with the aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 people, blocking the ancient Dipankara Buddha and the other mighty figures of the Buddhist sect outside. Tao Lord Lia's dark green, demonic fire rolled on the waves of bloody light, spreading towards the 12 strokes of the formation. In the blood sea, Buddha Amitabha was not anxious when he saw the ancient Dipankara Buddhas on his side being thwarted. He was still suppressing the great freedom heavenly demon with a casual look on his face. At this moment, Amitabha asked calmly, "What's your decision?" The great freedom heavenly demon was silent at first, then he sighed. The 5th demon lord did not say anything else. Instead, he stood up and left the stone pillar that he had been guarding. The moment the great freedom heavenly demon left, the entire 12 citadel heavenly demon formation shook violently. The mysterious and unfathomable formation pattern immediately lost a stroke. The entire formation began to dissipate. The sea of blood sank, and the crimson light gradually dissipated. Tao Lord Liu Ye's expression suddenly turned solemn. There was no joy on the face of Dipankara Buddha, either. The 9 nether before him had actually given up on the 12 heavenly god-fiend formation. In this way, their opportunity to transcend the demonic tribulation would have countless twists and turns, and it might even become an illusion. In the depths of the endless sea, after the great freedom heavenly demon left the stone pillar, he attacked the Eastern Emperor Tai. Although the crimson light surrounding his body dissipated, he ignored Amitabha and focused on attacking Dongwang alone. The 8 arms of the Mahesvara heavenly demon spread open, each casting a spell. Countless black ancient mirrors appeared in the void, condensing into white mirror lights, shining towards the East Emperor Tai. Dongwang Tai didn't seem surprised by this. He just let out an indistinct sigh. The majestic sound of the bell resounded throughout the heavens. Countless mirror lights stopped in midair and then collapsed like sand sculptures. Cracks also appeared on the surface of the countless black mirrors that were everywhere. This primordial emperor, the leader of all races, attacked at this moment. Even with the great freedom sky demon, who was also in the Tao realm, blocking it, the heavens still trembled. Although the abyssal sea at the core of the 9 underworlds could still be maintained, the infernal domain at the periphery had begun to collapse. As if it was ignited, the boundless black miasma continuously dissipated. Among the 12 pillars at the bottom of the endless sea, the illusory silhouette on the pillar that represented the creation heavenly devil gradually became fainter. The 12 heavenly god-fiend formation couldn't operate anymore, and the crimson light dimmed. The primordial heart devil and the other 9 underworld's great devils hurriedly retracted their crimson light and tried their best to protect the 12 pillars at the bottom of the endless sea, maintaining the stability of the 9 underworld's devilish domain and preventing it from being destroyed by the battle between Tao realm bigwigs. Upon hearing the bells ringing, the Taoism bigwigs outside of the 9 underworlds trembled and circulated their arts to defend against it. Taoism's myriad heavens, the western pure lands, the astro mountain starry seas, the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and even every corner of the boundless void could hear the bells ringing. Yin Zhaoge and the others watched the battle within the 9 underworlds abyss sea without any fear on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement as they paid close attention to the development of the situation. The Great Freedom Heavenly Devil giving up on the 12 Heavenly God-Fiend formation meant that the 9 underworlds had to settle for the next best thing, which was their backup plan. They gave up on the 9 underworlds' hopes in this era and turned to help the Western Pure Lands. Even if they had to pay a price, they would help the Amitabha Buddha transcend, so that the faceless Heavenly Devil could truly descend and plan for the next era's victory. Regardless of whether the 9 underworlds had other plans, at least on the surface, this was the Great Freedom Sky Devil's decision and attitude. The black mirrors were shattered one after another, only to be replaced by new ones. The Great Freedom Sky Devil entangled the Eastern Monarch Tai, temporarily keeping him within the 9 underworlds. Meanwhile, the Amitabha Buddha, who previously worked together with the Eastern Monarch Tai to suppress the 9 underworlds, no longer had the intention to attack the Great Freedom Sky Devil together with the Eastern Monarch. The Green Lotus ascended and left the 9 underworlds. While the Great Freedom Sky Devil was entangling the Eastern Monarch, the Eastern Monarch was also preventing the Great Freedom Sky Devil from returning to the Stone Pillar. At this moment, the Amitabha Buddha returned to the 9 underworlds and targeted the Maitreya Buddha on the White Lotus. When the Great Freedom Sky Devil left the Stone Pillar, the White Lotus had already started drifting far away. However, above the 9 underworlds, a layer of blurry blood chi appeared. The blood chi came from the 9 underworlds. In the past, during the fight for the Immortal Extermination Formation, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon had also helped the Amitabha Buddha in exchange for the faceless Heavenly Demons returned to the 9 underworlds. At that time, Maitreya Buddha was on guard. Even if he couldn't win, he still had the chance to retreat in advance. Therefore, Amitabha Buddha's target was the Celestial Slaying Formation. But at this moment, above the 9 underworlds, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon stopped the 12 devilish Celestial Formation. The formation reversed, and blood chi rushed to the heavens, making it difficult for Maitreya Buddha to leave. Although it could only block for a short while, Maitreya Buddha would soon be able to break through the blood chi. However, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had already seized the opportunity and brazenly attacked his old rival, making it difficult for the Maitreya Buddha to escape. With such a delay, Amitabha joined in, and Maitreya Buddha was naturally unable to resist. The White Lotus tried to escape, but the Green Lotus sect and the Jade sect were not willing to give up. They chased after it relentlessly. A fight for the opportunity of the Tao realm had suddenly turned into a killing trap aimed at another Tao realm mighty figure. Tao Lord Liu Ye had a solemn look on his face as he stood within the 9 hells. Not only was the current situation disadvantageous to the East Sovereign Tai and the future Buddha Maitreya, but it was also disadvantageous to Liu Ye himself. The good situation was about to go down the drain. Within his pupils, the dark green, devilish flames suddenly turned into a crimson gold color. As the flames flickered, the pillar that represented the devil of fire among the 12 pillars in the depths of the sea abyss suddenly shook. Amidst the ripples, while the blood sea was declining, the incomplete grand formation pattern that was about to collapse was barely maintained, and the speed of its collapse was much slower. Taoist Liu Ye hurriedly seized the opportunity and continued refining the dim blood sea. He wanted to fight for that sliver of chance. However, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge and the other Taoism experts finally moved. Chapter 1763. With the help of the Mahesvara Heavenly Demon, he temporarily held back East Emperor Tai. The blood energy of the 9 underworlds soared into the sky and helped to stop the future Buddha Maitreya from leaving. The Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord finally had the chance to kill the Maitreya Buddha. It's time. The people from the Taoist sects who had been watching from the sidelines finally made a move. All the powerful figures of the Taoist sects manifested their true forms in the void and descended upon the 9 underworlds. The terrifying and ferocious Immortal Extermination Formation also appeared in the void outside the 9 underworlds, ready to descend at any time. At this moment, they no longer had any scruples and could give it their all. To the Amitabha Buddha, as long as the Maitreya Buddha died, he would definitely be ahead of East Emperor Tai. When this era ended, he would automatically transcend without needing to do anything else. Unless he perished, no one would be able to stop him from transcending. To the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the death of the Maitreya Buddha meant that the others had obtained the essence stone fragments. No one could compete with him for the collection of incense offerings and wish power. This made his future path even smoother. Destroying the White Lotus was the most important thing to them. Everything else had to give way. The Maitreya Buddha could not even protect himself, let alone the Immortal Extermination Formation. The Immortal Extermination Formation that required 4 Tao ancestors to work together had lost its nemesis, at least for a short period of time. The direct descendants of the Taoist sects finally welcomed the best opportunity to enter the fray. The great Taoist Master Xian Du took the lead and landed in the 9 underworlds. He waved his hands, and a stream of clear energy and a stream of purple energy flew out. They rotated in the void and merged into the Tai Chi Yin and Yang image, spinning continuously. The 9 underworlds, which was already unstable because of the battle of the Tao ancestors, became even more fragile. A large amount of demonic energy was absorbed by the Tai Chi formed by the great Taoist Master Xian Du. The Tai Chi diagram above his head entered the 9 underworld sea. As the Tai Chi rotated, even the black seawater was sucked into it. The demonic energy of the 9 underworlds was converted into clear energy and purple energy, causing the Tai Chi to become stronger. If this continued, the Tai Chi diagram would probably replace the 9 underworlds. Fellow Taoist, you want to surpass the grand heavenly realm. Indeed, you want to reshape the world and change it. The Dipankara ancient Buddha praised. Reshaping the entire major Kiliacosm and creating the creation of heaven and earth was too difficult. It could almost be said to be the means of a Tao ancestor. If he could make use of the 9 underworlds, which was the opposite of the universe, but was in a rather special situation, as a foundation, it would be much easier for him to replace the corpse with the luggage. In particular, the 12 capital heaven god fiend array had been going back and forth. There is also the East Emperor Grand Elder and the Great Freedom Heavenly Fiend fighting in the 9 Nether, causing the foundation of the 9 Nether to become more and more unstable. It also gave the great Taoist Master Xian Du an unprecedented opportunity. He wanted to break through the 9 underworlds, overturn the demonic domain, and create a new world on top of the ruins. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to take that final step and ascend to the Tao realm. To the 9 underworlds, this was naturally extremely harmful, putting aside the fact that this was the territory of the Netherworld, where its foundation was. This infernal domain was formed from the remains of the fallen creation heavenly demon. If the 9 underworlds wanted to set up the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon Formation, the 9 underworlds would have to rely on the 9 underworld itself. Not only was this a favorable environment, it was also an indispensable part of the formation. To the ancient Buddha, Randang, and Tao Lord Luya, they could not sit back and watch the great Taoist Master Xian Du succeed. The great Taoist Master Xian Du seemed to have different goals and paths. However, if the great Taoist Master Xian Du succeeded, it might affect their transcending the devilish tribulation and cause them to fail. The vast freedom heavenly demon was being held back by the Eastern monarch Tai, and the devilish Tao formation stagnated. This had already severely affected the ancient Buddha Randang and Tao Lord Luya's progress in breaking through to the Tao realm. Now that they finally had a chance, they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Tao Lord Luya shook his head slightly and said to Mahamayuri. Mahamayuri's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded in response. He stood above the blood sea and looked at the descending great Taoist Master Xian Du then. He sprinkled the 5-color divine radiances towards the great Taoist Master Xian Du. The great Taoist Master Xian Du stood within the dark and clear sea without moving. He seemed to have ignored Mahamayuri. On the other side, Yin Zhaoga's North Ocean clone, Su Fei, and Pan Pan stood in a triangular formation. At the same time, they manifested the golden body of the great sage. Then, as Yin Zhaoge extended his finger, he transformed the grand commencement chi into 3 streams of clear qis, which fused with the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. The great sage, equaling heaven's true body, appeared in the world once again and descended upon the 9 underworld's devilish domain. The gigantic demon monkey raised its head and swallowed the earth essence stone. Its roar resounded through the 9 netherworlds, and a boundless golden light illuminated the pitch-black seawater. A thick iron cudgel met the 5-color divine light and smashed toward Mahamyuri's face. After the battle for the immortal extermination array, the great sage, heaven's equal, fought Mahamyuri again. Kang Xian was not completely unprepared for this. He also retracted his 24 heads and 18 arms golden body of Buddha and changed to another Dharma form. He transformed into a 1-headed, 4-armed, white-robed Buddha who sat on the back of the golden peacock king and fought with the great sage equaling heaven. Great Taoist Master Xian Du's expression was calm as he continued refining. Tao Lord Liu Ye immediately led a group of great sages of the demon race and personally welcomed the people of the Tao sect. The ancient Dipankara Buddha had a solemn appearance as he led the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land to attack. Although the 2 parties had been fighting intensely previously, they had no choice but to join hands and fight the experts of the Tao sect's direct lineage. It was a pity that they lacked a Tao ancestor. However, at the Zenith Heaven level, the direct lineage of the Tao sect who had resolved the threat of Mahamyuri was publicly recognized as the strongest. When the situation changed, the strong and the weak were reversed. It was difficult to distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. Not only did the Western Pure Land temporarily join forces with the demons, but the demons of the 9 underworlds and the Sea of Blood below did not dare to be negligent when facing the Tao sect who had finally attacked. The primordial heart demon worked together with the other demons to stabilize the demon domain while using his unique mental demon technique to disturb the people of the Tao sect. Although they were being targeted, the experts of the Tao sect were fearless. Dipankara, don't leave. Neza was the most impatient. He took the lead and headed straight for the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The ancient Dipankara Buddha no longer avoided the battle and immediately fought with Neza. After glancing at Neza, the primordial heart demon pointed in the air. Neza's inner demons were causing trouble, and his hostility increased. Black gas immediately emerged from Neza's body. After the previous incident, he was not completely defenseless. However, in the 9 underworlds, the primordial heart demon's techniques were even more bizarre and domineering. Apart from Neza, the primordial heart demon was especially targeting the great sage, heaven's equal. The commotion caused by the battle between the giant demon monkey and Mahamyuri was too huge. He was not like the Mahesvara heavenly demon and Mahamyuri, who had to consider the survival of the 9 underworlds. If he destroyed this place, it might even be more beneficial for the great Taoist Master Xian Du to refine. The primordial heart demon's techniques were domineering and bizarre. After all, the great sage, heaven's equal, wasn't the real great sage, but the combination of 3 golden bodies of the great sage. Heaven created all things, and there was always a counter. Even Mahamyuri's 5-color divine light couldn't do anything to the giant demon monkey. However, the primordial heart demon's techniques made the demon monkey a little frustrated. However, before the primordial heart demon could continue, a fiery light flashed before his eyes. Suo Mingzhang appeared above the sea of blood and stared at the primordial heart demon through the bloodlight. Chapter 1764. Suo Mingzhang stretched out his palm, and a beautiful radiance appeared in front of his palm. It was like an invisible curtain, blocking the primordial heart demon from himself. The invisible barrier formed by his sky-severing divine light seemed to have made contact with another invisible existence. When the 2 collided, their images were highlighted. Faint sunlight appeared on the dazzling light barrier. The sunlight collided with the light barrier and shattered it, turning into colorful rays of light. However, no matter how the light flashed and changed, scattering and gathering, gathering and scattering, it could not pass the barrier in front of Suo Mingjiang. The tall, short-haired man stretched out his other hand and grabbed at the primordial heart demon from afar. He clenched his fingers and retracted his arm. An invisible gravitational force appeared out of nowhere, and the primordial heart demon under the blood sea swayed on the pillar, as if it was about to be dragged out of the blood sea and caught by Suo Mingjiang. It's been a few hundred years, and it's even stronger now. While stabilizing itself, the primordial heart demon turned to look at sword demon Nie Jingshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar. Nie Jingshan was expressionless. The dark golden radiance in his hand condensed into a long sword, and he swung it from afar. Wherever the sword light passed, the primordial heart demon's body suddenly became lighter. He exerted more strength and barely stabilized his body. Suo Mingjiang raised his eyebrows and looked at Nie Jingshan. However, before he exerted more strength, he was alarmed. Tao Lord Luya raised the immortal slaying flying saber again, and the white light shrouded Suo Mingjiang's head. Suo Mingjiang's expression did not change. He temporarily let go of the primordial heart demon, turned around, and faced Tao Lord Luya. He extended his arms to both sides. The sky-severing divine light in his left palm still blocked the primordial heart demon's strange and overbearing divine power. His right palm faced the immortal slaying flying saber, and an invisible divine light flowed, setting up another barrier in the void. The white light from the immortal slaying flying saber was also cut off when it touched the sky-severing divine light in Suo Mingjiang's right hand. Seeing this, Tao Lord Luya's heart sank. Yang Jian pushed the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles back and attacked Tao Lord Luya. Tao Lord Luya kept the immortal slaying flying saber and retreated, dodging Yang Jian's attack. Then, he shook the gourd in his hand and changed his target from Suo Mingjiang to Yang Jian. Yang Jian smiled and didn't dodge. He just shook his body slightly and changed his form. His corporeal body nourished his divine soul. Golden light flickered in his primordial spirit as golden lotuses bloomed one after another. Such a scene had happened before when they were fighting over the immortal slaying matrix. It was Yang Jian facing his nemesis, the immortal slaying flying knife. In the past, Yang Jian could already resist the immortal slaying flying knife, but it was more strenuous. But now, Yang Jian's body shook, and a golden sea of flowers bloomed in his essence soul. Tao Lord Luya, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, and the others were dazzled, as though they were witnessing the Jade Mirage's defensive treasure, the Wuji apricot flag, fluttering in the wind. However, everyone was now in the Nine Abyss Sea. Neither the Wuji apricot flag nor the Green Lotus flag could be used. Once they were taken out, they would be polluted. The reason why Mama Yuri was so confident was because he knew this and knew that the real body of the great sage equaling heaven could not be maintained for long. At this moment, golden flowers bloomed in Yang Jian's primordial spirit. The illusory sea of flowers could not block Mahamayuri's five-color divine light. However, the golden lotus bloomed and blocked the immortal slaying flying knife that was almost invincible against one's soul. Not only did it protect Yang Jian, but it also protected Suo Mingjiang below, preventing him from being disturbed by the immortal slaying flying knife. Even though the gourd in Yang Jian's hand had withered, and this infamous treasure had returned to Tao Lord Luya's hands, Yang Jian was no longer afraid of him. When Suo Mingjiang saw this, he ignored Tao Lord Luya and continued to focus on the demons of the netherworld below. He suppressed the primordial heart demon, making the others from the Tao sect feel much more relaxed. Without the interference of the primordial heart demon, Neza immediately flipped the golden pagoda that was pressing down on him with his spear and attacked Dipankar Ancient Buddha again. The demonic monkey also looked down on the crowd once again. It clashed head-on with Mama Yuri's five-color divine light, not retreating even half a step. The other powerhouses of the Tao sect no longer had any scruples when they attacked. They did not have to be wary of the all-pervasive attack of the primordial heart demon. Great Taoist Master Xian Du also heaved a sigh of relief. The Taiji diagram above his head, which was originally rotating slowly, sped up again, gathering and sweeping the surrounding netherworld. In the sea of blood, the primordial heart demon sat cross-legged on a stone pillar, stabilizing its body. After Nie Jingshan made a move, he sat still with his eyes closed, as if he was in a deep sleep. At the side, the fire demon and the earth demon attacked Suo Mingzhong, interfering with the suppression of the primordial heart demon. Suo Mingzhong maintained the curtain of light with his left hand to block the primordial heart demon, while his right hand pointed in the air. Wherever the heaven-severing divine light passed, be it the raging flames or the whistling sandstorms, they were all extinguished halfway, disappearing without a trace. On the other side, while Yang Jian blocked Daolord Lu Ye's immortal-slaying flying saber, the projection of a huge rock above his head flapped its wings, and its figure flickered everywhere in the netherworld sea, suppressing the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, making it difficult for him to rely on his speed to attack. As soon as Yuan Hong flew up, he was intercepted by Yang Jian. Their physical strength clashed, and the huge white ape was sent flying backward. However, it was still unable to gain the upper hand against Yang Jian. Seeing that the immortal-slaying flying saber couldn't do anything to Yang Jian and Suo Mingzhong, Daolord Lu Ye stopped hesitating and immediately changed his target. The white light turned and covered the great Taoist Master Xian Du. Yang Jian's figure quickly changed and stood between the great Taoist Master Xian Du and the immortal-slaying flying saber, blocking the white light for the great Taoist Master Xian Du. Screech. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings as it turned around and chased after Yang Jian. Wherever Yang Jian went, he would chase after him and delay him. Daolord Lu Ye immediately took the opportunity to activate the immortal-slaying flying saber again and slashed at Great Taoist Master Xian Du rise. Great Taoist Master Xian Du was helpless. He temporarily stopped the spinning Taiji painting. The black and yellow streams of air converged above his head, forming an illusory square pagoda. Under the envelopment of small pagoda's light shadow, the immortal slaying flying knife's white chi instantly returned without any effect. Heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite energy. The head of the grand clear direct lineage's post-celestial 5 ultimates, the strongest defensive supreme art of Taoism. A pagoda stood at the top, impervious to all tribulations and invincible to all laws. In terms of defensive power alone, it was even better than the 5 virtues of the Phoenix, the foundation of the Jade Clear World, or the fusion of the grand beginning bright emptiness body and the grand plainness immeasurable body. Moreover, it was an absolute defense in all directions. Regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, or whether it was an attack aimed at the physical body or the essence soul, they would all be blocked by the illusory, heaven and earth mysterious yellow, exquisite pagoda above his head. Even the strange techniques of the primordial heart demon could not invade it. With the great Taoist Master Xian Du's cultivation level, only a Tao realm mighty figure could break it when he used this supreme art. Below the Tao realm, even the complete immortal vanquishing array would not be able to break through the small pagoda above the great Taoist Master Xian Du's head in a short period of time. However, at the same time, the great Taoist Master Xian Du could not do anything else. He could only stay where he was. Chapter 1765. When the mysterious yellow chi of heaven and earth was released, not only was the great Taoist Master Xian Du not afraid of Daolord Lu Ye's immortal-slaying flying saber, but even Ma Yuri's 5-color divine light could not touch him. However, at the same time, the great Taoist Master Xian Du could not counterattack his opponent. He could not even move freely. If he wanted to continue refining the 9th underworld, he would naturally be unable to do so, and he was forced to stop his current actions. However, before Daolord Lu Ye and the ancient Buddha Randang could heave a sigh of relief, Yang Jian forced the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles to retreat and once again protected the great Taoist Master Xian, due to resist the threat brought by the immortal-slaying Flying Saber or others. Seeing this, the great Taoist Master Xiandu immediately dispersed the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite qi and turned the Taiji, painting above his head to refine the 9 nether demon domain. Just as the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was about to pounce forward, a Chaos Origin hammer suddenly smashed down on its head. The Lord of the Great Rock Race evaded the Chaotic Essence hammer, gazing over as Yin Zhaoge stood amidst the black deep sea, calmly waving towards him. While wielding the Chaotic Origin hammer towards the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, Yin Zhaoge struck out with his palm, clashing head-on with the Golden Crow Great Sage's attack, forcing the Demon Race Great Sage to retreat. You're courting death. Meeting enemies, the eyes of the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles turned red. He seemed to have stopped where he was, but another hymn had already appeared above Yin Zhaoge's head. The heaven-ascending drum above Yin Zhaoge's head resounded, shaking the surrounding area. He held his index and middle fingers together like a sword. An ray of light appeared. It looked red and white at the same time, drifting erratically and blocking the iron claw of the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Immortal trapping sword scripture, void heavenly scripture, grand beginning bright emptiness form. A few thoughts instantly flashed within the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' mind, and it caused him to feel extremely vexed, causing him to ceaselessly increase his speed a step further. In terms of strength, the leader of the Rock Clan was firmly in the top 3 of the great sages of the Demon Clan. Apart from a handful of people who could rival him, his speed was almost unparalleled among the grand heavenly immortals. Even if he were to face off against most grand heavenly immortals, he would still have the upper hand in terms of speed. Yin Zhaoge had combined his 3 supreme martial arts and created a brand new 3 clear sky trapping sword. As a grand virtual immortal, Yin Zhaoge was still lacking in strength. He could withstand the attack of the Rock. However, the opponent's speed was too fast. Not only was his movement speed fast, but his attack speed of constantly changing directions was also quite a headache. Fortunately, Yin Zhaoge had stably defended himself, not advancing recklessly. With the assistance of the Heavenly Ascension Drum, the Chaotic Origin Hammer, and the other Grand Firmament Immortal artifacts, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was unable to break through within a short period of time. On the other side, Yang Jian was no longer restrained by the giant rock and was no longer worried about the threat of the immortal-slaying Flying Saber. He immediately turned to fight in all directions. Not only was the great Taoist Master Xiandu stable, but Yang Jian had also launched a counterattack. As he moved around, he almost single-handedly defeated both the Buddhist and demon sects. Helpless, Tao Lord Liu Ye could only turn to a rainbow personally to hold back Yang Jian so that he could not act recklessly. However, Yang Jian turned his spear and began to attack Tao Lord Liu Ye instead. Tao Lord Liu Ye wasn't able to hold on, and in the end, he was forced to flee by Yang Jian. Tao Lord Liu Ye could only smile bitterly when he saw that the great Taoist Master Xiandu was extremely comfortable and was refining the 9 netherworld on his own. Seeing this, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles became even more anxious. He wanted to help Tao Lord Liu Ye. However, the moment he saw Yin Zhaoge, his heart was filled with rage, and he wanted to take revenge for his son's death. Another thing that caught his attention was that Yin Zhaoge's current strength was already so tyrannical despite being in the grand virtual realm. If he ascended to the grand heavenly realm in the future, it would be even harder to restrain him. The rage within his heart surged, but the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles didn't continue attacking blindly. He first pretended to retreat and gave up on Yin Zhaoge to help others. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' speed advantage was sufficient to ensure that he had the initiative. He could fight and leave whenever he wanted. Yin Zhaoge didn't recklessly attempt to intercept the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles to prevent himself from exposing any flaws. He only activated the chaotic origin hammer and attacked the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles from afar. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles suddenly turned around. Amidst a sharp howl, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles seemed to be flying away, but the chaotic origin hammer was still attacking his back. However, at the same time, another figure appeared above Yin Zhaoge's head. Even a powerful grand, heavenly immortal artifact, like the chaotic origin hammer, couldn't hit him. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles instantly neared him. Yin Zhaoge had always been on guard. He immediately pointed his sword towards the iron claw that was trying to grab the heavens and the earth. However, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles changed his attack midway. He didn't continue attacking Yin Zhaoge. Instead, he clawed at the ascending heaven drum. During the battle, Yin Zhaoge could barely deal with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' extreme speed with his grand virtual immortal realm cultivation. He was relying on the miraculousness of his three purities collapsing sword, which surpassed the immortal trapping sword manual, spatial heavenly scripture, and other supreme martial arts in terms of spatial laws. Other than that, he was also relying on the help of two grand heavenly immortal artifacts. More or less, he still managed to weaken some of his opponent's grand heavenly immortal prowess. With the addition and subtraction, the difference in speed between the two sides wasn't that huge. How could the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles not see through this? Therefore, at this moment, he would first destroy the drumbeats that annoyed him. With a claw of the rock, he forcefully destroyed the ascending heaven drum. A grand heavenly immortal artifact was destroyed by the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' claw. However, just as the drum was destroyed, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' expression changed. Sly bastard. The rock immediately noticed that something was amiss. He wanted to retract his claw and leave. However, a seven-colored radiance lit up within the damaged drum. Within the radiance was a wooden rod that was only 3 to 4 inches long. There were 3 iron rings on the wooden rod. Invisible dragon rod, 7 treasures, golden lotus. When the others saw it, they exclaimed different names. However, they were all referring to the same treasure. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Before the ascending heaven drum was destroyed, how did he hide this thing inside? The wooden rod instantly grew bigger as it faced the wind. The 3 small iron rings on the rod also quickly grew bigger, forming 3 7-colored radiances. Then, they went straight for the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. No matter how fast the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Just now, he had taken the initiative to send his claws onto Yin Zhaoge's invisible dragon rod. Golden radiances flickered. However, there were still 7-colored radiances that entangled him. Out of the 3 radiances, 2 of them missed, while one still managed to latch onto the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' claws. Only the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed was fast enough. If it were anyone else, they would most likely be completely trapped by the invisible dragon rod. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was enraged. While flapping his wings, he temporarily got rid of his enemies. At the same time, he exerted force with his claws, attempting to shake off the invisible dragon rod's restraints. However, the invisible dragon rod still affected his movements. Within the void, the silhouettes of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles that had appeared in other places dimmed and were on the verge of disappearing. Fiery light flickered before the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' eyes. Up above, the Tai spiritual master held onto the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier and came crashing down on his head. The rock shuddered. He flapped his wings, causing a piercing wind to blow. The surging demonic wind blew on the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier, causing the descending momentum of the treasure to stop. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles made use of this chance to increase his speed, rushing out of the 9 dragons' divine fire barrier's range. However, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge manifested his Grand Supreme Dao form and sang the Grand Supreme Dao song. Chapter 1766. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles resistance to the song of the highest Tao was clearly stronger than the 9-headed bug. However, Due to the influence of the Song of the Highest Tao, his movements were still slower by half a beat. Yin Zhaoge raised the primordial chaos hammer once more, bringing it down once more. This time, it struck right on a rock of 10,000 cloudy miles back. As the golden light scattered, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out a miserable groan and fell forward. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles did not dare to stop and continued to flap its wings with all its might. Because right behind him, Yin Zhaoge had already picked up the chaotic essence hammer, speedily catching up. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles let out a mournful cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light towards its claws. There were 3 rings on the invisible dragon rod, but only one of them held the claw of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, so it was not stable. Now that it was hit by the golden light, it fell from the claws of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. But in that brief pause, the primeval chaos hammer struck him once more. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles barely managed to turn his body sideways to avoid being hit in the vitals, but he was still almost scared out of his wits. This time, he couldn't even let out a scream and almost fainted on the spot. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles grit his teeth, forcibly holding on as his figure swayed for a moment, increasing the distance between him and Yin Zhaoge as he evaded Yin Zhaoge's next onslaught. Without the restraint of the invisible dragon rod, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles spread its wings, as if ignoring the existence of space and time, and quickly moved far away to avoid the third strike of the primeval chaos hammer. Even perfected Tai's pursuit was dodged by the rock. But at this moment, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' vision blurred, and Yang Jian's figure appeared. Yang Jian chased after Daolord Luya everywhere, completely ignoring the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. But right now, his figure flickered, and just like the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, he seemed to be everywhere. He was clearly chasing after Daolord Luya, but his other self had already caught up to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. The shining 3-pointed, double-edged sword stabbed down. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles was heavily injured and panicked, so it was hard for him to dodge. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, but he could only watch as the blade pierced through his chest. As blood splattered, a 5-color divine light suddenly surged and engulfed the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. When Mahamayuri saw that the situation was not good, he used his 5-color divine light to knock down the severely injured rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, saving his twin brother. The dying giant rock disappeared into the 5-color divine light. Seeing this, Yang Jian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Mahamayuri. However, Old Peacock's life was not easy at all. The great sage, Heaven's equal, brandished the Rui Jingu Bang and attacked with an earth-shattering force. Mahamayuri's full concentration was not enough to save the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, but it was inevitable that he would reveal an opening to the opponent. The stick that could collapse the universe was swung over, directly smashing the auspicious fruit in his left hand and breaking a few peacock tails in his left hand. The right side of his body was instantly stained with dark red blood, staining his white monk robe. Mahamayuri's body tilted, and he almost fell off the back of the golden peacock. He hurriedly scattered the 5-color divine light to block the monkey again. The monkey, on the other hand, was relentless. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. He began to chase after Kong Xian and attack him fiercely, causing Mahamayuri, who had always been the only one sweeping across, to be forced to retreat. Although it was a 1 versus 3 fight against the 9 underworlds, the Western Pure Lands, and the demon race, the strength of the Taoism Heavenly Venerables was fully displayed in this battle. Feng Yinsheng was affected by the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation and stayed outside the 9 underworlds. Even so, these 3 clear lineages are truly ferocious. Daolord Luya's eyes flickered. I have to delay until the 3 golden bodies of the great sage disintegrate. Only then will Kong Xian be free, and the situation might turn for the better. He looked at Grand Mage Xiandu, but by then, Xiandu might have already succeeded. The dark green flames in Tao Lord Lu Ya's eyes flickered incessantly. Vast freedom, heavenly demon, what other moves do you have? Hurry up and use them. Within the Blood Sea, the 9 underworld's devils looked up and could see Grand Mage Xian do continuously refining the 9 underworld's demonic qi in the abyssal sea seawater. The current situation was even more dangerous for the 9 underworlds. As if hearing Tao Lord Lu Ya's thoughts, the vast freedom heavenly demon, who was wrestling with the East Emperor Tai in the Blood Sea, conjured hand seals with one hand while pestering the East Emperor Tai. At the bottom of the abyss, there were 12 pillars. Because the vast freedom heavenly demon had taken the initiative to leave, one of the pillars was empty. However, at that moment, a mirror suddenly appeared on the pillar. On the mirror, light gathered vaguely and connected with the vast freedom heavenly demon in the distance. A shadow gradually appeared in the mirror. It was the vast freedom heavenly demon. When the shadow appeared, the originally dark and weak sanguine light suddenly lit up. The array patterns that could barely be maintained in place due to the lack of a stroke were now shining brightly again. The 12th stroke appeared again, and the array patterns became complete. The 12 heavenly celestial demon formation, which had stagnated and was about to collapse, started operating again. The surging sanguine light began to boil upwards and soared into the sky again. Grand Mage Xian Du's body trembled, and the Taiji painting above his head stopped spinning. There seemed to be an invisible force that wanted to reverse the Taiji painting. Boundless, destructive, baleful qi permeated the air as if the end of the world had arrived. The 12 heavenly celestial demon formation was erected once again. Although it wasn't complete, the entire 9 underworlds was showing signs of Taoism weakening and devils growing. Yin Zhaoge and the others looked towards the depths of the Blood Sea, looking at the mirror that displayed the vast freedom heavenly demon's image. It seemed to be the 5th devil ancestor's fake body. However, the vast freedom heavenly demon could still maintain the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation while fighting against the East Emperor Tai. However, fine cracks appeared on the mirror almost as soon as the formation was activated. As time passed, the cracks became thicker and longer. However, this mirror had indeed replaced the vast freedom heavenly demon and temporarily supported the 12th formation pattern of the formation. The primordial heart devil and the other great devils seized the time and focused on operating the formation. The vast freedom heavenly demon was still fighting against the East Emperor Tai. He would rather not return to the stone pillar than let the East Emperor Tai leave the 9 underworlds. If the East Emperor manages to escape and assist the future Buddha, the 4 Tao ancestors would regain their 2 versus 2 advantage. None of them could do anything to the other, and they would instead give up. Yin Zhaoge and the others were clear. At that time, the 9 underworlds would be the unlucky one and be surrounded by the 4 Tao ancestors. As expected, while the vast freedom heavenly demon was fighting against the East Emperor Tai, the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord had no intention of returning to the 9 underworlds. Despite the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation being erected once again, the Green Lotus and the Jade Door were still chasing after the White Lotus. Fighting against the 2 alone, the White Lotus was already showing signs of collapsing. Chapter 1767. The people of the Tao sect displayed their prowess, suppressing the demon race, Buddhist sect, and fiendish Tao at the same time. The great Taoist Master Xian Du managed to refine the 9 underworlds and wanted to recreate this world. However, Nine Nether had been preparing for this for a long time, as the public enemy, and as the target of the schemes of the other forces. Nine Nether had always been under the greatest pressure. To the Nine Nether, this battle wasn't just a battle of fate and interests. It might even decide their fate. When the great freedom heavenly demon left the stone pillar earlier, it seemed like he had given up on the 12 devilish celestial formation and the hope of the 9 underworlds rising in this era. He turned to help Amitabha in order to prepare for the next era and pave the way in advance. However, the truth was that the great freedom heavenly demon and the 9 Nether had made many preparations. If things really couldn't be done, then he would naturally have to settle for the next best thing, endure hardships, and not fight for the moment. But how could they give up so easily before hope was completely extinguished? While Amitabha and the immeasurable heavenly lord besieged Maitreya Buddha, the great freedom heavenly demon showed his backup plan. The mirror on the stone pillar reflected the shadow of the great freedom heavenly demon, which temporarily replaced his position and re-established the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation. In the abyss sea of 9 underworlds, the bloody light surged again. Not only was the great Taoist Xiandu's refinement of the 9 underworlds interrupted, Yin Zhaoge and the others who were in the 9 underworlds also felt uncomfortable. Tao Lord Luya, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, and the others were no exception. As the 12 strokes of the formation operated, the Taoist disappeared and the devil grew. All living beings other than the demons of the netherworld were affected. The 9 underworlds, which had been showing signs of collapsing, stabilized at this moment. The Taiji painting formed by the clear qi and purple qi above great Taoist master Xiandu's head was disintegrating. A large amount of clear qi and purple qi reverted back to devil qi. The demonic realm of the netherworld even showed signs of expanding. The land of tranquil stream, which had been cleansed by the arrival of the experts, was reborn at this moment. The demonic domain continued to expand outwards, corroding the boundless void, wanting to make it a part of itself. Feng Yinsheng, who was guarding outside the 9 underworlds, was pale as she stared at the expanding 9 underworlds in front of her. Within the deep sea, Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhong, the great Taoist Xiandu, and the others rose into the air, avoiding the raging tides of bloodlight below. However, everyone from the Tao sect looked calm and unhurried. At this moment, outside the 9 underworlds, in the void, boundless sword qi emerged. Yellow mist and golden light gushed out at the same time. Another gigantic formation descended upon the 9 underworlds, opposing the 12 heavenly gods and demons formation. It was the immortal execution formation. In the immortal vanquishing array, the goddess of Wudong presided over the array formation, while fairy Yun Shao accompanied her. The 2 prime clear bigwigs stood within the formation at the same time, ready to take over at any time, just in case. Back when they were fighting for the immortal slaying formation, the incongruence Divine Mother was almost killed by Tao Lord Luya's Nailhead 7 Arrows book. Although everyone knew that Tao Lord Luya's 7 Needlestick book could only be used once per era, who knew if something unexpected would happen? According to the experience of the ancient epic, the head-piercing 7 Arrows book should be a secret technique that would slowly take effect after one erected an altar and worshipped 3 times a day for 21 days. In the end, this epic continent suppression Tao Lord had used it on the spot, and it had immediately taken effect. If not for such an unexpected change, the incongruence Divine Mother wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and almost died. This time, the Tao sect was also determined to obtain the 9 underworlds layout. Naturally, they could not be too cautious. The immortal vanquishing array appeared. Golden light filled the sky within the array formation, and yellow mist surged. For tall platforms carried 4 doors and stood within the array formation. For ancient swords hung on the door beams of the 4 doors. Dense killing intent surged into the sky, shaking the entire universe. Inside the array formation, ferocious sword qi ran everywhere, shattering the void. The most primitive earth, water, fire, and wind could be seen everywhere, scurrying in all directions. As the immortal vanquishing array descended upon the 9 underworlds, wherever the yellow mist and golden light passed, everything was destroyed and returned to nothingness. The surging sea of blood that surged into the sky was forced back by the immortal vanquishing array's sword qi. Its rising momentum stopped abruptly, as if it was facing a great enemy. 2 ferocious arrays that could destroy heaven and earth and destroy the Tao collided at this moment. One was the number 1 ferocious array formation in the world, the number 1 killing array, which was famous throughout the ages. The other was a terrifying existence that had never truly appeared in the world, but even the Tao ancestors were afraid of it. It was a terrifying existence that only existed in the imagination. People often said that if the 12 Heaven God Fiend array really appeared in the world, the immortal vanquishing array might have to give up the title of the number 1 killing array. However, although the 12 Heaven God Fiend array had been erected, it was still incomplete. Its opponent, the immortal vanquishing array, was going all out. Therefore, when the immortal vanquishing array descended into the abyss of the 9 underworlds, it suppressed the sea of blood at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye, forcing the other party to descend again. The dense sword chi and the surging blood light kept colliding, and it was hard to tell who would win. The battle between the two arrays was like an extremely terrifying millstone that could crush all existences below the Tao realm. Even the monkey that had fused with the Earth Essence Stone wouldn't be injured, but it wouldn't be able to move, as if it was being suppressed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others, as well as Mahamayuri, all escaped from the 9 underworlds abyss sea at this moment, so that they wouldn't be affected by the battle between the two arrays. The group of Taoist grand cultivators also temporarily left the abyss sea. The battle between the top 2 ferocious arrays in the world had already caused a commotion that wasn't inferior to the battle between the Mahesvara heavenly demon and the Eastern monarch Tai. The expansion of the 9 underworlds was forced to stop once again, and the whole 9 underworlds trembled. Fortunately, the 12 Citadel heavenly demons formation had been set up, and only then did the 9 underworlds not collapse and be destroyed by the battle between the two sides. Without hesitation, the great Taoist Master Xian Du released the clear Qi and purple Qi, condensed the Taiji painting again, and refined the 9 nether demon domain. Now that the foundation of the 9 underworlds was unstable and on the verge of collapse, it was easier for him to refine it. As for great Master Xian Du refining the 9 underworlds, it was equivalent to constantly digging into the 12 heavens celestial demon formation, which was beneficial to the immortal execution array to further suppress the demonic path array. Be it the erection of the 12 metropolis heavenly fiend god array, or the descent of the immortal extermination array, Amitabha and the immeasurable heavenly lord turned a blind eye to it. Amitabha, who was besieged by them, could barely take care of himself. Yin Zhaoge and the other Taoism bigwigs continued to suppress and expel the Buddhists and the demon race, preventing them from fighting against the great Taoist Master Xian Du in the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Buddha's head. The purple light kept flickering. Tao Lord Luya's eyes were filled with dark green devil fire and crimson gold flames. The two of them stared at the great Taoist Master Xian Du's actions. Their expressions were solemn, but they didn't panic. The 9 underworlds Mahesvara heavenly devil showed his trump card and reactivated the 12 heavens celestial demon formation. The Taoism also descended the immortal extermination array, and they went against it. At this moment, Taoism, Buddhism, the demon race, and the 9 underworld were all going all out, and they're going all out. The great Taoist Master Xian Du wanted to overturn the 9 underworlds. However, as time passed, the danger would only increase. As the 9 underworlds shook violently, the 2 illusory figures on the 12 pillars at the bottom of the Blood Sea became more and more real. Chapter 1768. In the depths of the Blood Sea, at the bottom of the abyss, there were 12 pillars of different heights. Among them, the pillars that represented the primordial heavenly devil and the doomsday heavenly devil were illusory and blurry. Although Jian Xuanhua's figure was sitting on the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil, the shadow above her head was still blurry. However, as time passed and the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation was re-established, the shadows of the primordial sky demon and the doomsday sky demon became more and more condensed. The great Taoist Master Xian Du was refining the 9 underworld's demonic realm and constantly wearing down the authority of the creation heavenly demon. Above the pillar that symbolized the creation heavenly demon, the light and shadow became more and more illusory. However, As the 9 underworlds gradually declined and disintegrated, the creation heavenly demon became weaker, while the primordial heavenly demon and the doomsday heavenly demon became stronger. The primordial heavenly demon was imprisoned in the 9 underworlds. The collapse of the 9 serenities meant that the seal on the primordial heavenly devil was weakening, which meant that the strongest devil in the world was one step closer to breaking free. The doomsday heavenly demon symbolized the end of the world, the arrival of doomsday. The 9 underworlds stood in opposition to the universe. It was also a unique world of creation. The closer it was to destruction, the closer it was to doomsday, the more the doomsday heavenly devil would be born. The establishment of the 12 Citadel heavenly demon formation was inseparable from the creation heavenly demon's authority. The weakening of the 9 underworlds formed by the remains of the heavenly devil of creation had indirectly accelerated the escape of the primordial heavenly devil and the descent of the doomsday heavenly devil. When the two sides reached a point of equilibrium, it would be the most advantageous time for the 9 nether. Once the opportunity was grasped, the 9 serenities would be filled with joy. If they missed it, they might not be able to reach each other. The authority of the creation heavenly demon would be damaged, the primordial heavenly demon would still be sealed, and the doomsday heavenly demon would not be able to descend. In the end, they would lose everything. Deep inside the blood ocean, at the core of the great formation, on the 12 pillars, primordial heart devil changed his hand gestures and chanted ancient and mysterious scriptures. At the side, Nie Jingxian slowly stood up on the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal. He left the pillar that represented the devil of aged metal. At this moment, a flag appeared on the empty stone pillar. It was the White Cloud Boundary flag. However, at this moment, there was a strange and profound rune on the White Cloud-bound flag. Just like the situation with the vast freedom heavenly demon, the eyes of the 9 underworlds used the same method and used this flag to temporarily replace Nie Jingxian. Although Nie Jingxian had temporarily left the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal, it did not affect the operation of the entire 12 Citadel heavenly demon formation. Because of the battle between the Mahesvara Sky Devil and the Eastern Monarch Tai, and the pressure from the immortal slaying formation, the White Cloud World flag began to crack and emit an ear-piercing sound. However, the 12 Heavenly God Fiend formation continued to operate stubbornly. Nie Jingxian turned to the other side and walked towards the pillar that represented the primordial heavenly demon. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned serious. The 9 underworlds was indeed targeting Nie Jingxian's innate nascent embryo. They wanted him to have the reincarnations of both the primordial heavenly demon and the devil of aged metal. With the support of the 12 Citadel heavenly demon formation, if it succeeded, the primordial heavenly demon would be able to break out of the seal. At the same time, the devil of aged metal would not be left vacant. Yin Sheng, Yin Zhaoge yelled lightly, his hands coming together before his chest as he formed a seal. The immortal extermination formation temporarily suppressed the incomplete 12 devilish celestial formation, and Feng Yunsheng was in a much better situation outside the 9 underworlds. While her complexion was pale, her gaze was clear and sharp. As the abyss of chaos appeared above her head, black talismans appeared one after another from within the chaos. Numerous black talismans floated within the abyss. Despite being separated by the entire 9 underworlds, at the deepest part of the 9 underworlds abyss's core, changes were happening beneath the Blood Sea Grand Formation. On the pillar that represented the Doomsday Heavenly Devil, Jian Xinhua's body trembled. From within her body, numerous black talismans gushed out. They were exactly the same as the ones in the abyss above Feng Yunxing's head outside the 9 underworlds. As soon as the black talismans appeared within the Blood Sea violently undulated. The vast freedom heavenly devil and the Eastern Sovereign Tai were in a stalemate. The primordial heart devil and the others were trying their best to stabilize the formation and resist the immortal extermination formation suppression. The 9 underworlds devils couldn't spare any manpower to deal with the black talismans. under the taint of the bloodlight. The black talismans quickly shattered. However, new talismans continued to emerge from within Jian Xunhua's body. As expected, we can't underestimate them. The primordial heart devil stared at Yin Zhaoge and the others across the Blood Sea. While the devils were plotting against Feng Yinsheng, Yin Zhaoge and the others were also plotting against them. While they weren't certain that the 9 Underworld's hidden trump card was Jian Xunhua, the portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority that Feng Yinsheng possessed was something that Yin Zhaoge was wary of, as well as a bargaining chip. While he couldn't harm Jian Xunhua now, he could still unleash other effects. With the vast freedom Heavenly Devil being held back by the Eastern Sovereign Tai, it was a good opportunity to act. The Eastern Sovereign Tai calmly watched all of this. In fact, he even lowered his hand and attacked even more urgently, keeping the vast freedom Heavenly Devil fully occupied. He wasn't truly intent on obstructing the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. Instead, he wanted to force him to make a decision. Either he allowed Yin Zhaoge and the others to do as they pleased, or he stopped pestering the Eastern Sovereign Tai and focused on dealing with those of Taoism. Then, the Eastern Sovereign Tai would be able to escape and assist the future Buddha. The black talismans mixed within the Blood Sea were like impurities, affecting the circulation of the 12 devilish gods' grand formation. More importantly, they affected Nie Jingxin. Previously, when he was at the Aged Gold position, Nie Jingxin had stabilized his foundation. Now, he had left the Aged Gold position and was moving towards the Primordial Heavenly Devil's position. However, he had yet to take his position. If he was affected now, it would be like crossing a river and the bridge suddenly broke, causing him to fall into the water. His movements slowed down, stopping between the 2 pillars, and he remained motionless. A tiny clump of light gradually appeared above Nie Jingxin's head. Amidst the radiance, a fair infant stood in midair. His actions were exactly the same as Nie Jingxin's. Devilish patterns coiled around the infant's body's surface, flickering nonstop. The devilish patterns flowed and covered the infant's body. However, as radiance surged on the infant's body, the devilish patterns retreated and started climbing up again. This cycle repeated over and over again with no end in sight. The surrounding blood radiance surged, and the fair infant curled up his body. The devilish patterns instantly took the chance to pounce on him. "Please lend me a hand, Divine Mother," said Yin Zhaoge. The incongruous Divine Mother didn't reply. However, as the immortal extermination formation descended, the pressure on the 12 devilish gods' grand formation increased. Yellow mists and golden radiances continuously surged, shattering pieces of the Black Sea and blood radiance. The blood-colored waves actually showed signs of being torn apart. Outside of the 9 underworlds, Feng Yinsheng, who was originally sitting in a lotus position by the void, suddenly stood up. She held onto the saber's hilt with one hand and the saber's blade with the other. She grabbed the black saber floating in midair in front of her and rushed into the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath. Numerous runes appeared around his body, which connected into streaks of runes that resembled bands of light. The runes formed a few rings of different sizes, which revolved around Yin Zhaoge in an irregular manner. Feng Yinsheng came in front of Yin Zhaoge and broke the black saber. The saber broke, and the black radiance condensed without dissipating, forming an illusory hole. The rings of light around Yin Zhaoge revolved, and he rushed into the black hole first. Chapter 1769. At the same time that Feng Yinsheng broke the saber in the sea of blood, a black light surged above the 12 pillars in the sea of blood. It condensed and did not dissipate, forming an illusory hole. Many rings of light revolved around Yin Zhaoge's body. Through the black hole in front of him, he avoided the front line where the immortal extermination formation and the 12 devilish heavenly grand formation were clashing, and directly arrived within the devilish grand formation. He arrived at the bottom of the Blood Sea. Yang Jian, Feng Yinsheng, and the demonic monkey stayed outside the Sea of Blood to protect the great Master Xian Du as he continued to refine the netherworld demon domain. The other Taoism bigwigs joined forces. with Yin Zhaoge leading the way, Suo Mingzhong, the Tai spiritual master, Neza, and the others rushed into the Blood Sea together. As soon as they landed at the bottom of the Blood Sea, the ferocious, baleful aura made them feel as if their insides were on fire. Although the Immortal Extermination Formation was suppressing the 12 Metropolis Celestial Demon Formation, it was still not easy for the living beings outside of the Infernal Demon Formation to resist. Even a grand heavenly immortal could feel the threat of death. However, the influence of the Immortal Extermination Formation and the Eastern Monarch Tai still existed. Suo Mingzhong let out a loud shout. Both of his palms faced upwards, and then chopped down towards both sides with the momentum of splitting the sky. A ray of heaven, severing divine light, rose up and swept to both sides. In the depths of the Blood Sea, outside the place where East Emperor Tai and Great Freedom Heavenly Demon were fighting, another empty space was forcefully cleared. The tall, short-haired man stood in the middle of the sea of blood, splitting the sky and splitting the sea. Under the shroud of the sky-severing divine light, he cut open a foothold for the people of Taoism and cut open a path to the netherworld. Yin Zhaoge and the others made use of this instant of time that Suo Mingzhong had bought and rushed towards the 12 pillars at the bottom of the Blood Sea. The primordial heart devil and the other great fiends tried to stop them. However, as they were stabilizing the array, they were distracted and did not have enough strength, allowing the people from the Dao sect to rush close to them. Yin Zhaoge rushed straight towards Nie Jingxin. Having originally been frozen and unmoving, Nie Jingxin seemed to have regained his wits as he unconsciously wanted to attack the Yin Zhaoge, who was rushing towards him. However, rings of light flew out from Yin Zhaoge's body and landed on Nie Jingxin. Nie Jingxin's movements involuntarily slowed down. "Open!" Yin Zhaoge yelled, a small, intricate crystal disc appearing within his hands. Rays of light shot out from within, intertwining to form a huge, irregularly shaped crystal, sealing the motionless Nie Jingxin within. "Rise!" Yin Zhaoge waved his sleeve, directly keeping that crystal within his sleeve. At the side, Neza scanned the 12 pillars with an unfriendly gaze. On the pillar that symbolized the Doomsday Heavenly Devil, Jian Xinhua's eyes were tightly shut as she sat cross-legged without moving. On the pillar that symbolized the Devil of Aged Metal, the White Cloud World Flag, which was engraved with demonic patterns, fluttered in the wind. But at this moment, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon looked at the people from the Dao sect. Sensing the cold and emotionless gaze, Perfected Tai grabbed Neza and quickly retreated. Yin Zhaoge and the others retreated into the black hole that they had come from. Monstrous bloody light swept across the sky, but Suo Mingzhong no longer needed to continue. Everyone quickly retreated from the Blood Sea. Outside the abyss, the Immortal Execution Formation and the 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon Formation were still wrestling. The boundless sword Qi, which was filled with murderous intent, was constantly cutting through the sea of blood below. The great Taoist Master Xian Du was also refining the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which was originally strong and powerful, was now constantly shrinking, no longer invading and expanding as wantonly as before. As for the great Taoist Master Xian Du, the Taiji diagram formed by the clear cheese and the purple cheese became increasingly vast, as if it was going to replace the existence of the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge rushed out of the black hole. Without saying anything else, he waved his sleeve, and specks of crystalline radiances flew out. They quickly transformed into irregular crystals. Within the crystals, Nie Jingxin was sealed. Currently, Nie Jingxin's eyes were closed, as if he was in a deep slumber. However, dark golden sword lights flickered around his body. He was clearly attempting to break through the crystal plate that sealed him. Within the blood abyss, the White Cloud World Flag fluttered on the pillar that symbolized the Devil of Aged Metal. The demonic patterns on the flag were also constantly flickering. As the 12 Heavenly Celestial Demon Formation was being suppressed, The demonic patterns on the flag were gradually fading. The flag itself was also being torn apart. Yin Zhaoge placed his left hand on the surface of the crystal. Numerous talismans gushed out and stuck onto the crystal. Senior apprentice Sister Yu, it's done. Feng Yunsheng came to Yin Zhaoge's side. From the chaotic abyss above her, someone suddenly jumped out. The green-clothed woman was none other than Yu Yi. Seeing Yu Ye's appearance, the primordial heart devil and the other great devils frowned. They weren't afraid of Yu Ye's individual strength. Currently, the Taoism Grand Heavenly Realm experts were suppressing the three sects. No matter how powerful Yu Yi was, she would only be the icing on the cake. The primordial heart devil, the shadow devil, and the others were more concerned about Yu Ye's arrival to Yin Zhaoge's right. She sat in a lotus position and extended her left hand, with her palm facing Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's left hand pressed on the sword devil Nie Jingshan's crystal, while his other hand extended to the right, facing Yu Ye's palm. At this moment, the three of them formed a line. Chaos extinguishing origin scripture. The primordial heart devil's gaze swept past the three and finally landed on Yin Zhaoge. Peerless heavenly scripture. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, so bright that it was dazzling. Three pure ones at the same time? Within the crystal, the dark golden sword light on Nie Jingshan's body gradually faded. His own body also disappeared at this moment, leaving only a fair and tender baby in the crystal. The baby's face was still vaguely similar to Nie Jingshan. It was as if Nie Jingshan had suddenly regained his youth, returning to the earlier Xiantian state. The baby's entire body shone and gradually became transparent. Then, it turned blurry, resembling a mass of chaos. On the other hand, Yu Ye's eyes were also filled with hazy chaos. On the contrary, Yin Zhaoge, who was situated in the center, had a clear gaze. Within his eyes, the entire world of creation was vaguely reflected. The primordial heart devil stared at Yin Zhaoge, while Yin Zhaoge's gaze was directed elsewhere. His target was the vast freedom heavenly devil. Why would the vast freedom heavenly devil choose to fight against the East Sovereign and allow us to rescue senior apprentice brother Nie? Although they successfully rescued Nie Jingshan, Yin Zhaoge didn't let his guard down. After all, the vast freedom heavenly devil's actions were very abnormal. He didn't believe that the vast freedom heavenly devil would fight against the East Sovereignty for the sake of the Amitabha Buddha, and even sacrifice the 9 underworld's benefits. There must be a reason behind this. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge saw the vast freedom heavenly devil within the blood sea lifting his head. His gaze swept past the Taoism crowd and finally landed on Yin Zhaoge, Nie Jingshan, and Yu Yi. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil's gaze only lingered on Yin Zhaoge and the others for an instant before retracting it. Then, he retreated and stopped pestering the East Sovereignty. Instead, he returned to the 12 pillars. The East Sovereignty looked at the vast freedom heavenly devil deeply. He didn't intend to continue fighting. His figure ascended, and he left the Blood Sea and the 9 underworlds to search for the Amitabha Buddha and the second Grandmaster of the heretics. However, after the East Sovereignty left, another silhouette appeared on the pillar that represented the primordial heaven devil at the bottom of the Blood Sea abyss. Chapter 1770. With the East Sovereign going to assist the future Buddha, if things go well, the situation there will turn into a 2-on-2 situation with neither side able to do anything to the other. The Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord would have no choice but to give up on this chance, with the two sides having to temporarily stop fighting. Yin Zhaoge knit his brows. At that time, the 4 great Tao ancestors were likely to return to the 9 underworlds, break the Fiend Tao formation, or deal with the Tao sect. This was disadvantageous to the Tao sect and the 9 underworlds. Only a short period of time had passed since the Eastern Monarchy had left and the 4 Tao ancestors had returned. If 9 Nether wanted to do something, the opportunity would be gone in a flash. This time, they had to grasp this opportunity carefully and eliminate all possible accidents as much as possible in order to succeed in one strike. That was why the vast freedom heavenly devil had not acted when Yin Zhaoge and the others had kidnapped Nie Jingshan. Eliminating the interference of the Dao sect also allowed Dongwang Tai to leave with more peace of mind. As his gaze swept past Yin Zhaoge and the others earlier, while he had not said a word, it seemed to have already expressed something. You can only come in once at most. However, the Nine Nethers still had another card up her sleeve. Now was the time to truly decide the outcome of the battle. In the end, Nie Jingshan failed to sit on the pillar that represented the primordial heavenly devil. But at this moment, there was another figure on top of the pillar. Even though they were separated by the sea of blood, everyone could faintly sense that there was no longer any signs of life in that body. It was actually a human corpse, a shedding of skin. However, although he had died a long time ago, his body did not decompose. His voice and smile were still the same as when he was alive. Only his eyes were tightly shut, and he did not speak or move, as if he was in a deep sleep. It was a person who seemed a little distant to the people present, but was not unfamiliar to them. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply as he looked at that figure who was garbed in black imperial robes and wore a crown on his head. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor frowned. Great Taoist Master Xian Du let out a long sigh. Great Emperor Zhui. Yang Jian sighed as well. All the experts of the Dao sects present looked a little unfriendly at this moment. At this moment, in the Blood Sea formation, the owner of the body on the pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil was clearly the head of the Dao sect's heavenly court's divine palaces, 4 deities, Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei's full name was Heaven-Reaching Ziwei Polaris Great Emperor. When Yang Jian and the Tai Heavenly Lord of Nirvana were away from home all year round, Ziwei the Great was the number 2 figure in the Heavenly Court's divine palace in the past, be it in terms of strength or status. During the Great Calamity, after the Heavenly Court's divine palace had been destroyed, the Purple Tenuity Emperor's whereabouts had also been unknown. There were many rumors among the high-level cultivators of the Dao sects, and there was no lack of speculation that Ziwei the Great had already fallen. But at the same time, he was also one of the suspects for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's true body. They did not expect to see Great Emperor Ziwei again in this place and at this moment. And this time, when they reunited, what they saw was the remains of Ziwei the Great's corpse. Although his face was vivid and lifelike, just like when he was still alive, his remains exuded a formless ancient aura, indicating that Ziwei the Great had fallen many years ago. The greatest possibility was that he had already met with misfortune during the Great Calamity. In that case, it proves that Great Emperor Ziwei isn't the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath. It's just that this method of proof really makes one feel unhappy. Daoist Tai looked at Nie Jingshan on Yin Zhaoge's left, then looked at the Purple Tenuity's remains on the stone pillar within the Sea of Blood, and said, earlier heaven nascent form. Before Nie Jingshan, the person with the highest cultivation and most famous cultivation who possessed the earlier heaven nascent form was the Purple Tenuity North Pole Grand Sovereign Emperor. Now, on the stone pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil, the Purple Tenuity Emperor's remains started emitting a faint radiance. Within the radiance, the remains shrunk unceasingly and finally transformed into a chubby white infant. A large number of devilish patterns started spreading on the surface of the infant's body. Unlike the devilish patterns that covered Nie Jingshan previously, due to the uniqueness of the earlier heaven nascent form, the devilish patterns would constantly fade and circulate endlessly. Similarly, it was an earlier heaven nascent form. Now, after the devilish patterns that covered the infant were imprinted on it, it did not waver and was extremely stable. Above the infant, the illusory silhouette continuously solidified with the infant as its center. At this moment, it was as if an extremely ancient existence was slowly awakening. That was the will of the world's number 1 devil, the head of all devils, the primordial heavenly devil. Born earlier than this world, it was even more ancient than this world of creation. It was the primordial heavenly devil who had fought with the primordial heavenly Lord for the art of creating the heavens and creating the world. Taoist Luya and Taoist Burning Lamp had a solemn expression on their faces as well. Instead, they retreated together with Mahamayuri and observed the battle between Taoism and the 9 underworlds. The Immortal Extermination Formation was still continuously pressuring downwards, breaking through the 12 devilish formation that was barely holding on. Taoism's great Taoist was also seizing the time to refine the 9 underworlds. Everyone from Taoism silently looked at the vast freedom heavenly devil within the Blood Sea. After the Eastern Sovereign Tai left the 9 underworlds, the vast freedom heavenly devil no longer had an opponent. However, he had no intention of leaving the Blood Sea to look for Yin Zhaoge and the others. With the Immortal Extermination Formation still present, the 12 devilish formation was already on the verge of collapsing. When the vast freedom heavenly devil went on a killing spree, the 12 devilish formation would definitely be destroyed by the Immortal Extermination Formation. By then, the Immortal Extermination Formation would also slaughter all the 9 underworld's devils at the bottom of the abyss. The 6 extinct devils wouldn't be spared, and the Purple Tenuity Emperor's remains and Jian Xunhua's soul would be instantly destroyed. The entire 9 underworld's devilish domain would also completely collapse. The vast freedom heavenly devil didn't ask the Eastern Monarch Tai to leave in order to obtain an opportunity. He calmly glanced at the people from the Tao sect, then returned to his position on the 12 pillars. On that pillar, the black mirror was already filled with spiderweb-like cracks. The vast freedom heavenly devil's timing was just right. He calmly sat down and flicked his finger, causing the black mirror to shatter and disappear into dust. The white cloud-bound flag on the pillar that symbolized the devil of aged metal was also on the verge of destruction. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil reached out his hand and tapped lightly, causing a brand new black mirror to appear in front of him. The mirror reflected Niet Jingxin's figure, which suppressed the devil of aged metal's position. As the devil Dao's Dao ancestor returned to his position, the 12 devilish formation that was on the verge of collapsing instantly stabilized. The previously defeated Sea of Blood stopped its decline and became turbulent again. The Immortal Extermination Formation's pressure slowed down and started to stagnate. The great Taoist Master Xiandu's plan to refine the 9 underworld's devilish domain also became a dream. The Tai Chi diagram formed by the purple and clear Qi above his head reversed and collapsed. As the 12 devilish formation stabilized again, and with the vast freedom heavenly devil personally guarding it, the Blood Sea became stronger and stronger. On the pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil, the light shadow and the baby gradually merged into one. The ancient and vast aura of inexplicable fear grew stronger and stronger. At the bottom of the Blood Sea, something seemed to suddenly shatter at this moment. A crack split open, revealing a dazzling radiance that illuminated the 9 underworlds and the world. As the crack split open, the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demons formation suddenly became stronger, multiplying. The terrifying Blood Sea soared into the sky and started to slowly rise against the Immortal Extermination Formation. Chapter 1771. No matter if it was Taoism's Yin Zhaoge and the others, or the demon race and Buddhism's experts, all of their expressions were solemn as they stared at the bottom of the Blood Sea Grand Formation. Within the crevice, radiances were shining brightly. The crevice seemed a little illusory, as if it didn't exist within the 9 underworlds. Instead, it seemed like the 9 underworlds and the entire great 1,000 worlds of creation had cracked apart. Everyone knew what the scene before them signified. Just like the 3 clear Grand Masters, the second patriarch of Buddhism, and the 3 sovereigns, the most ancient devil Grand Master, the primordial heavenly devil had reappeared within the world. The 12 devilish Grand Formation was erected. The moment of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's birth. As the earlier heaven nascent forms reincarnation, in the 9 underworlds that was on the verge of shattering. The primordial heavenly devil, who had been suppressed and sealed by the jade-clear primordial heavenly lord in the past, finally broke free from the seal at this unique moment. The radiance vanished in an instant. Only the illusory figure on the pillar had completely fused with the infant. It grew and transformed into the purple Tenuity Emperor's appearance. However, the aura emanating from his body made those who were familiar with the purple Tenuity Emperor, such as Yang Jian, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Xuandu Great Taoist, feel different. He was more majestic and powerful than the purple Tenuity Emperor. In fact, he was even more powerful than the vast freedom Heavenly Devil beside him. The purple Tenuity Emperor stood on the pillar and scanned the surroundings with his indifferent gaze. His gaze traversed through space and surveyed the world. He traversed through time and experienced the vicissitudes of time. Although he was standing at the bottom of the Blood Sea abyss and looking upwards, everyone who came into contact with his gaze felt as if he was looking down on all living beings. His might and aura weren't evil, nor were they ferocious. However, as he stood among the 9 underworld's devils, he was like a creator and ruler, causing others to tremble in fear. The Mahesvara heavenly demon sat cross-legged on his pillar. His 8 arms were folded in front of him. Congratulations, Tao brother. With the primordial heart devil in the lead, the wood devil, the water devil, the fire devil, and the earth devil all bowed by the primordial heavenly devil. Within the Blood Sea, the other 9 underworld's grand heavenly devil exalts also bowed by the primordial heavenly devil. The devils below the grand heavenly realm knelt in unison by the primordial heavenly devil. In the devil domain of the 9 underworlds, there were also evil spirits scattered all over the place. Previously, they had been hiding. Because great Master Xian-Du had refined the 9 underworlds, they had been living in fear. But now, they appeared together and worshipped the great Emperor Zhuwei in the abyss. 10,000 demons facing sect. The ceremony that had never appeared since the primordial heavenly demon was sealed finally reappeared today. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge could clearly feel Nie Jingshan's body trembling nonstop to his left. Boundless dark golden sword light flashed on the surface of his body. Demonic patterns once again appeared on the body of the infant formed by rejuvenation. After being washed away by the primal chaos, they quickly reappeared and entangled him. Behind Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng let out a muffled groan, her face turning increasingly pale. "I am the primeval," the figure in the Blood Sea said calmly. The 12 Citadel heavenly demon formation grew stronger and stronger at this moment. The sea of blood surged to the heavens and surged upwards. The 9 underworld's devilish domain stabilized once again and started expanding outwards. It devoured the vast void and showed signs of engulfing the great 1,000 worlds. What was even more shocking was the return of the primordial heavenly devil. As the 9 underworlds' fortune stabilized, the illusory silhouette above the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil became clearer and more realistic. The primeval descended, and the head and the end connected. The 12 Citadel heavenly demon formation was erected, guiding the signs of the end of the world. As the 9 underworlds grew stronger, the great 1,000 worlds grew weaker. Under such a unique environment, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was about to welcome his true descent into the world. With the Tao weakening and the devils growing, the Taoism cultivators could only retreat. Feng Yinsheng guarded beside Yin Zhaoge, Nie Jingshan, and Yu Yi. Now, she brought them along and retreated. Her face was pale, and her heart was in turmoil. She looked at Nie Jingshan, who had undergone the same changes as her. She knew that he was affected by the 9 underworlds just like her. As her mind was in a trance, she wished she could plunge herself into the Blood Sea. If she were to enter, she might not be able to return anymore. As she was thinking about this, Feng Yunsheng felt the surrounding 9 underworlds' devilish domains clumps of black qi encircling them from all directions. The black qi gradually turned into blood qi. As the Blood Sea gushed out, it became denser and more condensed. Under the effects of the 12 Citadel heavenly demon formation, The entire 9 underworlds showed signs of transforming into a blood sea. This horrifying blood sea attempted to engulf the Taoism cultivators. Its primary targets were Feng Yunsheng and Nie Jingxian. The 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation is becoming more complete, and its strength is growing stronger as well. If the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demons were to return to their positions, it would be a might capable of destroying all creations. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, Taoist Luya, Mahamayuri, and the others hurriedly retreated. At this moment, they had no other choice. Ziwei perished, and his corpse fell into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Taoist Luya looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha, or was he killed by the 9 underworlds? Taoist Ziwei perished because of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had others to deal with, which was why he didn't leave his corpse behind. The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, "The situation during the Great Calamity was chaotic. In the end, the 9 underworlds managed to find a loophole. The purple light within the perfect Buddha light behind the ancient Buddha's head flickered continuously. What's illusory is real, and what's real is illusory." Nie Jingxian attracted too much attention. Yang Jian and the others protected Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others trying their best to disperse the surrounding blood qi. Senior apprentice Uncle Xiandu, what's the situation at the Tushita Palace? Neza asked in a flustered and exasperated manner. The great Taoist Xiandu didn't mind his tone. He sighed. When I left, the great old master didn't announce anything. Neza looked at the primordial heavenly devil in the blood sea who had the appearance of the Purple Way Emperor. Aren't they afraid of provoking the Elder Lord? Great Emperor Ziwei was born in the Tushita Palace. Back in the day, he listened to the teachings of the great Zhoutian technique in the Tushita Palace. After learning the great Zhoutian technique, he left his apprenticeship and formed his own school of thought. He walked a path that belonged to him. In terms of combat prowess, the Purple Way Emperor was even above the great Taoist Xiandu. The word culmination was added in front of his title, meaning the Lord of the Stars. This was related to his foundation of the great heavenly cycle technique. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, the 9 underworlds would also want to use little friend Nie as a vessel instead of Taoist Purple Way, right? Said the Tai spiritual master. Yin Zhaoge, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "If that's the case, they might not be able to snatch the Purple Way Emperor's corpse." Everyone looked towards Yin Zhaoge. For the 9 underworlds, the Purple Way Emperor's corpse is their first choice. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was distant. Senior apprentice brother Nie is their backup plan. He turned to look at Nie Jingxian, and a sentence from the past surfaced in his mind. Everything will return to nothingness, no matter if it's you, me, or her. Yin Zhaoge looked at Nie Jingxian and said softly, "Where did you hear this sentence from, Senior apprentice brother Nie?" Chapter 1772. Yin Zhaoge's words came out of nowhere, making it hard for others to understand what he meant. However, within the crystal plate, Nie Jingxian's body trembled slightly. As everyone was conversing, the 12 devilish grand formation continued circulating, becoming increasingly stronger. The blood sea surged upwards, forcefully pushing the immortal extermination formation out of the abyss. Meanwhile, the surging blood radiance took the chance to rush out of the 9 underworlds abyss. The blood chi within the entire 9 underworlds fused with the blood radiance, causing the entire 9 underworlds to be submerged within the blood sea. The tyrannical blood radiance made the grand heavenly realm experts feel like they couldn't withstand it. Even when Mahamayuri released his 5-color divine radiance, it was continuously engulfed by the blood radiance. The blood-red tide started expanding outside of the 9 underworlds. The apocalyptic atmosphere engulfed the entire great 1,000 worlds. Without the Amitabha Buddha, the Western Pure Lands weren't as peaceful as before. The joyous and peaceful Buddha radiance faded away, and the green lotuses seemed to be tainted by blood. Within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, the demon race's Astro Mountain Starry Sea was gloomy, causing the entire cosmos to appear gloomy. Within the grand plainest heaven, the propping mulberry tree that seemed like the place where the sun rose was faintly showing signs of withering. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the two heretics, were also enveloped by the blood radiance. The believers felt uneasy facing such a scene that they had never seen before. The peace that could be obtained by praying sincerely in the past had yet to arrive, causing the atmosphere to become even more tense. The Taoism heavens were no exception. Everyone was restless. No matter if it was the Taoism heavens, the Buddhism blessed lands, the demon race worlds, or the two heretics, they were all facing the 9 underworlds invasion. Within some worlds, space even cracked apart, causing the 9 underworlds to descend, causing devilish chi to surge. Within the 9 underworlds abyss, the 12 pillars were continuously growing taller. In the end, they rose together with the blood sea and arrived above the abyss. The primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil looked at the immortal extermination formation, Yin Zhaoge, and the others indifferently. Other than the 12 devilish gods, the other 9 underworld's evil devils rushed out from the abyss. Under the torrential blood radiance's baptism, the evil devil's strength skyrocketed. Yang Jian, Suo, Ming Zhang, Mahamayuri, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Immortal Luya, and the others were all greatly suppressed under the bloodlight. 99% of his abilities were used to resist the threat of the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demons formation. Moreover, the threat was getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, the threat of not being able to persist any longer. At this moment, he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, or a dragon that had swum through shallow waters. In the past, he would have been able to casually sweep through everyone present. But now, the demons of the netherworld in front of him had become his mortal enemy, the last straw that could break the camel's back at any moment. The 12 Citadel Heaven Celestial Demon Formation enveloped the group of demons, and the Immortal Extermination Formation could do nothing to them. Between heaven and earth, demons danced wildly. The shadow of death shrouded everyone's hearts. What was even more despairing was that primordial demon and Mahesvara demon's attention was still elsewhere at the moment. They did not really make a move to clean up the crowd at the scene. The top great fiends were seriously operating the 12 Citadel Heavenly Fiend God Formation. Their gazes were fixed on the pillar that symbolized the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. On that pillar, Jian Xunhua's figure and the shadow that enveloped her gradually began to merge. The silhouette became more and more condensed, more and more real, almost becoming a physical existence. The ferocious nirvana chi in the world also became thicker and thicker, as if it had reached the end, and the end of the world had arrived. After the primordial demon was unsealed, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil was also about to be born. At that time, the 3 great demon ancestors would exist in the world at the same time. Even if Amitabha, Eastern Emperor Tai, and the others set foot on the netherworld again, they would not be able to change the situation. Feng Yunxing's face was as pale as a piece of paper, but she gradually stabilized her body's condition. After calming down, under the shroud of the bloody light, she was much more at ease than Yang Jian, So, Ming Zhang, Kong Xian, and the others. The attacks of the netherworld demons were mainly blocked by her. At this time, Mahesvara demon calmly turned his head and glanced at her, saying, "Come back." One of his 8 arms stretched out a finger and pointed at Feng Yunxiang in the air. Feng Yunxiang felt as if she had suffered a heavy blow. The Luo Yuan above her head almost dissipated, and her body was involuntarily thrown toward Mahesvara demon. She gritted her teeth, and her figure flashed. She directly plunged into the chaotic abyss above and disappeared. The chaotic abyss was washed away by the bloody light, and Feng Yunxing's figure appeared on the other side. The Great Freedom Heavenly Demon didn't care at all. His expression didn't change at all as he continued pointing his finger at Feng Yunxiang. However, halfway through his action, he suddenly paused. The primordial Heavenly Devil beside him also turned his head around and looked in another direction. There, amidst the blood-red sky, a hint of purple suddenly appeared. Everyone present had different expressions when they saw it. Yin Zhaoge's expression remained calm, and his voice was neither rushed nor slow. The 9 underworlds lost the bet. As if it was the footnote of this sentence, the hint of purple approached from afar and arrived in front of everyone. From afar, it was just a tiny bit, but when it got closer, it became boundless and boundless. The vast purple chi spanned billions of miles, and its vastness was immeasurable. The vast purple chi was like a path that spread from the outside of the 9 hells to the people of the Blood Sea and where the 12 pillars were. It extended in front of the primordial heavenly devil and Mahesvara heavenly devil. There, an old man in Taoist attire appeared, and he sat on the back of a big green bull. Taoist friend, you still came. The primordial heavenly devil's gaze remained calm. He calmly looked at the old man in Taoist attire on the back of the green bull. That's right. The old man answered indifferently. The vast freedom heavenly devil also stared at the old man in front of him. As expected, the one who secretly contacted the aged metal was you. That's me. The old man nodded. The wood devil beside him had an ugly expression, and he blurted out, since the Elder Lord is already transcended, why bother with the matters of this world? During the great calamity, you didn't do anything either, right? Everyone present had different expressions. However, they all bowed towards the old man in the purple chi. The others, such as Mahamayuri, Dipankara Ancient Buddha, Taoist Luya, and other experts, were no exception. The old man in Taoist attire on the back of the green bull was the Lord of the Tishita Palace, the Supreme Elder Lord. The Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue was both the manifestation of creation and the inner part of the great Tao. He coexisted with the Tao and the world. Due to this uniqueness, even if the Lord of Tao and Virtue had transcended, he would still leave behind a projection in this world. Even the Supreme Elder Lord in the Tishita Palace was equivalent to the Grand Clear still existing in this world. Only, the Supreme Elder Lord rarely stepped into the mortal world. Other than making a move during the Middle Era, the Supreme Elder Lord never appeared in front of the mortal world again. However, today, the Grand Clear Taoist ancestor had reappeared in this world. The Elder Lord didn't feel offended by the Wood Devil's words. He continued unhurriedly. I wanted to come today, so I came. He nodded towards the Wood Devil and turned to look at the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil. You two, stop for a while. Chapter 1773. The Grand Supreme Elder stayed in the sea of blood calmly, but the vast purple gas did not dissipate for a long time. It collided with the surging blood light, as if a crack had been torn in the sea of blood. Affected by this, just like when Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern monarch Tai descended upon the Blood Sea, the operation of the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation instantly became sluggish. The first to be affected was the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly devil. The light and shadow that had almost solidified became more illusory. Looking at Taishang Laojun on the back of the green bull, the primordial heart demon said in a deep voice, "My 9 underworlds' destruction will not affect you." The replacement of the 9 underworlds by the great 1,000 worlds by the 9 underworlds is also a part of the world to you. There are no obstructions or difficulties. The Grand Supreme Elder said calmly, I know. The primordial heart devil looked at the Elder Supreme Lord. Its lips moved, but it swallowed the rest of its words and did not continue speaking. The meaning that the Grand Supreme Elder in front of him was that even if it was affected, he did not care. The destruction of the 9 underworlds might destroy his existence, but he might not come to stop it. If the destruction of the 9 underworlds didn't affect his existence, it wasn't certain that he wouldn't come. As he had said, there was only one reason for him to come here. Thinking about it, he came. The Elder Lord has been in contact with Senior Marshal Brother Nya. Perhaps Nine Nether has also noticed something, right? Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge slowly said, they are also gambling on whether the Elder Lord will act or not. The risk of betting on the Purple Tenuity Emperor is slightly lower. After all, when they snatched away the Purple Tenuity Emperor's mortal shell during the Great Calamity, the Elder Lord did not make a move. This time, there seemed to be some movement against Nye Jingxin. However, he could not be sure that the Grand Supreme Elder would definitely intervene in the Nine Nether situation today. After all, the Grand Supreme Elder was too casual. Even if he did it casually, it did not mean that he would carry it out to the end. Therefore, Nine Nether chose to gamble that the Grand Supreme Elder would not make a move. As the public enemy of all the families and the target of the schemes of the other families, Nine Nether didn't have much of a choice in the grand scheme of things. All she could do was try her best. The primeval demon successfully broke out of the seal. During this period, the Grand Supreme Elder did not stop them, which made them think that they had won the bet. However, even before the Elder Lord appeared, Yin Zhaoge had always felt that the 9 underworlds had most likely lost this round. Although he was not sure when the Grand Supreme Elder would come, but the possibility of them coming was far greater than not, because of what Nie Jingshun had said to him. At that time, no one knew that Yin Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture. Everyone only held hope for him who simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities, hoping that he would be able to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture one day. However, Nie Jingshun's words from that day had been extremely shocking to Yin Zhaoge. Rather than saying that the Elder Lord was talking to Nie Jingshun, it was more accurate to say that the Elder Lord was talking to Yin Zhaoge. Of course, the Grand Supreme Elder, who did as he pleased, could change his mind at any time. Still, connecting all that had happened previously and the changes in the situation following the commencement of the 9 underworlds today, the scene before Yin Zhaoge's eyes gradually became clear. It was as if he was standing at a higher place, watching the development of the situation. A faintly discernible trajectory appeared in front of him. This caused many of Yin Zhaoge's earlier guesses to come to fruition as he gradually felt more confident. And at this moment, within the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon Formation, Primordial Sky Demon looked at Taishang Laojun and asked quietly, "Since you're coming, why didn't you come earlier? It should be able to stop me from escaping. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I wanted to see how you're doing. Now that I'm here, the timing is just right." Taishang Laojun smiled slightly. Although the Elder Lord's words sounded like child's play, his tone sounded serious and calm. It was obvious that he wasn't joking. However, when the 9 underworld's devils heard it, they naturally didn't feel good. Primordial Sky Demon's expression didn't show any signs of anger. He nodded calmly and said, "If that's the case, come and see the Doomsday Devil as well." Then, he pointed with his finger. Roiling waves of bloodlight swept over and engulfed the purple chi within the sea of blood. At the same time, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon also formed a seal and approached the pillar that symbolized the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. Under his influence, the shadow on the pillars started condensing with Jian Shunhua as its core, turning the illusion into reality. "Doomsday? It's fine if we don't meet." The Elder Lord sat on the back of the green bull and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Amidst the vast purple chi, talismans appeared one after another. They were everlasting and graceful as they condensed into one. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed along with these talismans, forming a Taiji diagram that was intertwined with each other. As the black and white yin and yang fishes rotated, a long golden bridge extended from within. The long bridge crossed the sea of blood, suppressing the aura of the Doomsday without causing any ripples. The Elder Lord rode the green bull and stepped onto the golden bridge, heading towards the pillar that symbolized the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. Primordial Sky Demon was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and drew a circle in the air. A hole suddenly appeared in the sea of blood. It looked like a vast black hole, but it also looked like an extremely small dot. Under the indescribable distortion, the direction that the golden bridge under the Elder Lord's feet led to became unpredictable. It seemed to be getting further and further away from Jian Shunhua. The Elder Lord smiled and pushed the crown on his head. A gust of clear air rushed out and split into 3, turning into 3 Taoists. One of them was a young Taoist. He wore a crown with 9 clouds and a red robe with white cranes. He rode a beast and held a sword in his hand. A middle-aged Taoist, wearing a Rui crown and a light yellow Bagua robe, rode a celestial horse and held a Ganoderma rui in one hand. An old Taoist with white hair and a youthful face wore a 9-heaven crown and an 8 treasures longevity purple cloud robe. He held a dragon whisker fan in one hand and a tri-treasure rui in the other. He rode an earth lion. "Tao brother, I'm here to help you," the 3 Taoists said in unison and came to the Elder Lord's side. At that moment, it was as if 4 Tao ancestors had descended into the sea of blood, causing the entire 12 capital heaven god-fiend array to become unstable. It was the peerless ultimate technique that the heavenly Lord of Tao and virtue of the Grand Pure One was extremely fearful of the 3 Pure Ones. The young Taoist Shangqing carried his sword and rushed out of the sea of blood, entering the immortal vanquishing array. The goddess of Wudong and Fairy Yin Shao bowed to Taoist Shangqing. "Uncle Master, I'll control it for a while and help you, Taoist brother," said Taoist Shangqing. The 2 of them did not mind. The stronger the 9 netherworlds was, the weaker the universe would be. However, the universe was weakening and heading towards the end of the world. The immortal vanquishing array would become stronger. Previously, the primordial heavenly fiend and the great freedom heavenly fiend had personally presided over the 12 capital heaven god-fiend array. The immortal vanquishing array had been forced to retreat. At that moment, after Taoist Shangqing entered the immortal vanquishing array, the immortal vanquishing array immediately made a comeback. Although the level of power did not change, the changes in the array formation were even more wonderful, and its aura was even more ferocious. Soon after, the array formation merged with Taoist Shangqing's own power. It complemented each other, forming an effect that was greater than 2. With a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, innumerable trillions of sword chi slashed towards the blood sea. The 2 arrays fought again. Although it was difficult to determine the victor, they were affected by the immortal vanquishing array outside. In the 12 capital heaven god-fiend array, the descent of the doomsday heavenly fiend was blocked again. Chapter 1774. In the middle of the blood sea, Taoist Yuqing, who was formed by Laojuan's 1 chi-turning Sanqing, landed on the Golden Bridge and walked towards the end of the Golden Bridge. Taoist Yuqing waved the rui in his hand. Primordial chaos ceased to exist, and the primordial chaos ceased to exist. It was as if a mighty force that could split the heavens and earth was manifested. The black hole that distorted the path of the Golden Bridge gradually disappeared. It was as if the primordial chaos had been split open. The earth, water, fire, and wind had been re-established. Yin and Yang had been divided. The 4 symbols had been established, and the creation had begun. The Golden Bridge, that was like a dazzling rainbow, extended toward the pillar where the doomsday heavenly devil was. "Put away your little tricks," the primeval demon said indifferently. He reached out and grabbed the air, pulling the Golden Bridge under the Grand Lord's feet closer to him. As Taoist Yuqing walked, an auspicious cloud appeared above his head. It was indistinct like the primal chaos, protecting the Golden Bridge. But primeval demon took a deep breath, like a tiger swallowing a whale. Under the influence of primeval devil, the auspicious cloud above Taoist Yuqing's head seemed to turn from nothingness into something tangible. Like a cloud of smoke, it turned into a line and was sucked into primeval devil's mouth and nose. The old lord rode forward on his bull, waved his horsetail whisk, and swept it towards the primordial demon. The primordial heavenly demon avoided it, but Taoist Tai Ching stepped forward and waved his cattail leaf fan. As the beacons and flames converged, they attacked the primeval demon. The primordial demon raised a palm and pushed forward. An invisible force immediately dispersed the wind and fire. Although the wind and fire dissipated, they saw the Grand Supreme Elder sitting on the back of the green ox. He held a walking stick in his hand and attacked the primordial demon's head. The primordial demon hand clenched into a fist and collided head-on with the Grand Supreme Lord's walking stick. Where the 2 sides clashed, even the torrential bloodlight in the 12 metropolis gods and demons' formation dissipated. The void shattered, directly turning into an expanse of nothingness, unable to produce anything for a long time. It was as if everything was deathly still, frozen there. The people in the 9 underworlds felt as if the entire 9 underworlds was shaking, as if it was about to explode. Beyond the 9 underworlds, within the great 1,000 worlds, there were still ripples that lingered for a long time. Although the world before their eyes didn't change, the people in the Taoism heavens, the Western Pure Lands, the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, and other places felt dizzy for no reason. Primordial Heavenly Demon was fighting with Lao Jun when Taoist Tai Ching and Taoist Yu Qing attacked again. One deduced the 5 grand cosmos and the changes of the universe. The other deduced the post-celestial creation and the principles of all phenomena. Earth element, wood element. Primeval Demon's voice was indifferent. 3 clumps of flesh and blood separated from his body, wriggling as they flew to the side. The Earth Devil and the Wood Devil stood up from their respective pillars. After the Primordial Heavenly Demon's flesh and blood merged with their bodies, the 2 extinct demons' bodies changed and revealed the appearance of Great Emperor Zhui, who is similar to the Primordial Heavenly Demon. As the number 1 demon in the world, the ancestor of all demons who created the Devil Tao, the Primordial Demon had the ability to transform into thousands of demons. However, he could not produce an incarnation comparable to the Tao ancestor like the Grand Pure 1 Qi 3 Pure Ones. However, under the augmentation of the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation, the Primordial Heavenly Demon was able to transform into 2 extinct demons in a short period of time, resembling an ancestral demon. The Earth Devil and the Wood Devil didn't leave their respective positions. They attacked Taoist Yu Qing and Taoist Tai Ching, relieving the pressure on the Primordial Heavenly Devil. Fellow Taoist, you're at your wit's end. When the Grand Supreme Elder saw this, he laughed and struck with his walking stick again. The battle between Primordial Demon and him shook heaven and earth. At the side, Taoist Yu Qing and Taoist Tai Ching fought against the other 2 great emperors of purple tenuity, nearly causing the 9 underworlds to collapse. At the same time, outside the 12 heavenly celestial demon formation, Taoist Shangqing was controlling the immortal extermination formation and continuously attacking. The 2 fearsome formations clashed against each other, neither giving way to the other. They clashed against each other, causing the entire world to turn upside down. As the blood radiance and sword qi clashed, the boundary between the 9 underworlds and the great Kiliacosm was riddled with holes. The 12 heavenly celestial demon formations' operations were severely affected. The surface of the blood sea was constantly being torn apart. Within the formation, the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil controlled the blood radiance to mend the cracks caused by the battle between the 2 Tao ancestors while urging the Doomsday Heavenly Devil to descend. Unfortunately, the current situation was even more intense than when Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern Monarch Tai descended into the 9 underworlds. Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern Monarch Tai still cared about the ancient Dipankara Buddha and Taoist Luya's hopes. They only suppressed the 9 underworlds and left some leeway. The Grand Supreme Elder's attacks were completely unrestrained. He didn't mind destroying the entire 9 underworlds while fighting against the Primordial Heavenly Devil and the others. However, the Devil Tao was naturally unwilling to see such an outcome. Fellow Taoist, you should return to the Tashita Palace to cool off. The Mahasvara Heavenly Devil's 8 arms formed seals, and countless black mirrors appeared in the endless space-time of the Blood Sea. Every mirror released billions of rays of light at that moment. They intertwined and enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder within a vast expanse of whiteness. Didn't you embarrass yourself enough back then? Are you here to talk to me today? The Grand Supreme Elder smiled at the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil. He ignored the Mahasvara Heavenly Devil's methods and only fought against the Primordial Heavenly Devil. At this moment, a pagoda appeared above his head. Thousands of dragon-like heaven and earth mystic yellow chi descended from the pagoda and enveloped the Grand Supreme Elder's entire body. The pagoda spun, and the heaven and earth mystic Yellow Chi isolated the billions of rays of white light manifested by the Mahesvara heavenly devil. Even the Tao ancestors' methods couldn't harm it. It was the grand, pure Tao ancestors' heaven and earth mystic yellow, exquisite pagoda. It wasn't like the postnatal ultimate technique in the Tao Te Ching, where one couldn't attack the opponent when it was used, and it was even inconvenient to move. The pagoda above the Grand Supreme Elder's head was unique. It couldn't be harmed by anything. It could attack with the one chi turning 3 purities and defend with the heaven and earth mystic yellow pagoda. The Grand Supreme Elder was currently fighting against the primordial heavenly devil and the Mahesvara heavenly devil at the same time. He wasn't at a disadvantage as he moved freely within the 12 Citadel heavenly fiend god grand formation. The Mahesvara heavenly devil looked at the small pagoda above the Grand Supreme Elder's head silently. Even after the Grand Calamity, when the Grand Supreme Elder didn't act, the various forces were still unwilling to provoke the Grand Supreme Elder unless they had no other choice. Other than the 3 clear Grandmasters behind the Grand Supreme Elder, the Grand Supreme Elder's strength was equivalent to the Grand Clear Lord of Tao and Virtue. The Mahesvara heavenly devil had the most right to speak about this. In the past, the Lord of Tao and Virtue rarely acted, but every time he did, it would be universally shocking. Back in the primordial era, when the Tao ancestors of the various clans were engaged in a chaotic battle, the heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had once held the heaven and earth mystic yellow exquisite pagoda above his head and forcefully withstood the attacks of Tao ancestor Zhuan Ti as if they were nothing while chasing after the great freedom heavenly demon. Now, the Mahesvara heavenly devil was no longer the one being chased. However, he was also helpless against Tao ancestor Kundi. Finally, the primordial heavenly devil was strong and didn't retreat, clashing head-on with the Grand Supreme Elder, preventing him from approaching the 12 pillars. It was just that the Grand Supreme Elder was almost undefeatable. The 9 underworlds tried to urge the Doomsday heavenly devil to descend. However, the battle between the two severely affected the 12 Citadel heavenly fiend god Grand Formation's operations. While the Grand Formation was still fierce and domineering, the Doomsday heavenly devil was still unable to descend. As time passed, the Grand Supreme Elder's chi gradually dissipated. The Jade Clear, Prime Clear, and Grand Clear Taoists were about to disappear. However, in a mysterious domain above the 9 underworlds, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell appeared once more. Chapter 1775. The Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell once again appeared indistinctly above the 9 underworlds. Sensing the presence of Amitabha and Eastern Emperor Tai, the eyes of Primeval Demon and Mahesvara Demon turned gloomy. The opportunity that the demonic Tao had fought for with great difficulty was ultimately delayed because of the Grand Supreme Elder's intervention. The 2 great demon ancestors looked up, their gazes piercing through the obstruction of space and the river of time. They could vaguely see that although the future Buddha was in a sorry state, with the aid of the Eastern monarch Tai, he had still managed to survive this tribulation. The future Buddha Maitreya had suffered quite a bit, but the East monarch Tai didn't clash head-on with him. All he did was protect Maitreya and flee. The Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord had lost the chance to make Maitreya Buddha stay, so they could only stop here. The Maitreya Buddha naturally wouldn't come to the 9 underworlds again, lest the 9 underworlds take advantage of the situation and attack him again, joining forces with the Amitabha Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord. The immeasurable heavenly Lord commanded the immortal court and took the initiative to attack the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern monarch Tai were in conflict, they also had a tacit understanding. Since he didn't have the chance to eliminate the existence of Maitreya Buddha, he might as well return to the 9 underworlds. If the 12 heavenly God-fiend formation really destroyed the creation world, the ones who would be affected the most would not be the Grand Supreme Lord, but the others. Even if the Fiend Tao array was broken in the end, just the descent of the Doomsday heavenly demon and the 3 Tao ancestors of the Fiend Tao would cause the situation to worsen. Although Buddha Amitabha and Eastern Monarch Tai were the existences closest to transcendence, before that, no matter how small the chances were, there was still a possibility that they would die. Although he did not achieve the most ideal result, Amitabha did not continue to pester him. Instead, he quickly returned to the 9 underworlds with the Eastern Monarch Tai. Yin Zhaoge raised his head to look at the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell before looking at the Supreme Elder Lord amidst the Blood Sea, a thoughtful look on his face. While no one is able to guess the Elder Lord's thoughts, the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai should have more or less detected something. Their departure seemed to have given the 9 Nether a chance, but it was also a bet that the Grand Supreme Elder would make a move. In the end, 9 Nether lost the bet, while Amitabha and Eastern Monarch Tai won the bet. Hence, now that things had developed to this stage, they still had a chance to salvage the situation of the 9 underworlds. Daoist Shangqing disappeared from the Immortal Execution Formation. Almost at the same time, Divine Mother Wudong and Lady Yun Shao, who regained control of the Immortal Extermination Array, also controlled the array and stopped fighting with the 12 Heaven Celestial Demon Array. The monstrous sword Qi was no longer there. The Immortal Execution Array returned to the endless void and gradually disappeared. Since the other 4 Dao ancestors had regained their balance and no longer fought each other to the death, the Dao sect naturally had to keep an eye on them. The Elder Lord was in the Blood Sea, and the Immortal Vanquishing Array was here at full force. If the Heavenly Lord of the Immeasurable or the future Buddha were to make a trip to the Tao heavens, the outcome would be disastrous. Or perhaps the primordial heavenly demon and the Mahasvara heavenly demon would reach a new compromise with the few Tao ancestors and work together to break the Immortal Extermination Array. As long as the demonic path was willing to give up on the descent of the Doomsday heavenly demon and give up on the 12 Metropolis heavenly demon array, this was not impossible. Since the Grand Supreme Elder had personally come down, the Immortal Vanquishing Array had the conditions to withdraw. It might as well withdraw and maintain its deterrent force from afar. He was especially wary of the Second Heretic Patriarch. Without the Grand Supreme Elder and the Immortal Extermination Array, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the future Buddha overseeing it. To the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, it was obvious which one would be easier to deal with. Even if the future Buddha seemed to be in a terrible state, who could be sure that he wouldn't try to purify the Taoism heavens to replenish his blood? The situation was constantly changing, and unexpected changes could happen at any moment. Yin Zhaoge and the others had to be on their guard. After the Immortal Extermination Array disappeared, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell appeared. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord within the Blood Sea didn't react to it, and continued fighting against the primordial heavenly demon and the Mahasvara heavenly demon. While the one Qi transformed into 3 purities had temporarily dissipated, the Elder Lord with the heaven and earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda above his head was still tyrannical. The 2 devil ancestors couldn't gain the upper hand against him. Only the 12 Metropolis heavenly demon array had become much stronger than before. The entire 9 underworlds transformed into a boundless blood sea. As the waves surged, the aura of the end of the world gushed out and corroded the surrounding mortal world. On the pillar that represented the Doomsday heavenly demon, the illusory figure started materializing once again. However, the primordial heavenly demon and the Mahasvara heavenly demon couldn't relax. At this moment, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell simultaneously descended within the Blood Sea. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai manifested their true forms and appeared beneath the Blood Sea. The circulation of the 12 Metropolis heavenly demon array became sluggish once more. The surging bloodlight was no longer as ferocious as before. Long time no see, fellow Taoist. How have you been? The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai both nodded towards the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. The Elder Lord smiled. I've been well. The 3 Taoist ancestors of Taoism, the demon race, and Buddhism currently resided within the Blood Sea, shaking the entire formation once more. While the situation wasn't looking good, How would the primordial heavenly demon and the Mahesvara heavenly demon give up so easily? The Taoist ancestors immediately engaged in a great battle within the Blood Sea once more. The situation seemed to have returned to when the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty had first joined hands to descend upon the Blood Sea. Time seemed to have passed through a cycle. The future Buddha no longer approached the 9 underworlds this time. He could advance and retreat much more freely now. Moreover, the Elder Lord was currently within the Blood Sea, and the immortal extermination array was still contained within, serving as a deterrent outside. Even if the 9 underworlds wanted to trade with the Amitabha Buddha to restrict the Eastern Sovereignty, it would be hard for them to achieve the same results as last time. If it wasn't the Grand Supreme Elder here, the 9 Nether could still try to exchange opponents with Amitabha. The Amitabha Buddha would restrain the Elder Lord, while the 9 underworlds would concentrate on dealing with the Eastern Emperor Tai. In the end, Amitabha and the Eastern Monarch Tai were fighting for the position of transcendence in this era. Wiping out the Maitreya Buddha, who was affecting him, was one way, but another more direct way was undoubtedly to kill the Eastern Emperor Tai. However, such an opportunity was even harder to come by. For example, right now, the 9 Nether was concentrating its power on the Eastern Emperor Tai, but Amitabha might not be able to restrain the Elder Lord. Of course, the Grand Supreme Elder might not be able to hurt Amitabha, but as long as he held up the exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth, Amitabha could only watch as he went to support East Emperor Tai. Therefore, the primordial demon and the Mahesvara demon did not say much. Relying on their advantage, they fought against the 3 of them, 2 against 3. After all, the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demons formation was not complete. Under the current circumstances, it was greatly affected. The blood-colored waves began to shrink and return to the 9 underworlds. Even the monstrous blood, Qi, gradually dissipated, and the 9 underworlds' demonic domain was once again filled with darkness. The surging sea of blood fell into a low tide and gradually descended towards the bottom of the 9 underworlds' abyss. The mysterious formation pattern formed by the 12 strokes looked much dimmer at this moment. The eyes of the people who were previously trapped by the blood-colored light flickered faintly. The 9 Nether was suppressed once again. The opportunity for the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the great Taoist Master Xian Du had arrived once again. Chapter 1776. Yin Zhaoge, Nye Jingshun, and Yu Yi still sat side by side, forming a line. Nye Jingshin's dark golden sword light and chaos phenomenon alternated, constantly changing. Beside him, the pale-faced Feng Yunsheng also sat in a lotus position. Although she managed to escape after receiving the vast freedom Heavenly Devil's attack, it affected her greatly. Now that the 12 devilish formation was being suppressed, the bloodlight and devilish Qi were weakening. For others, it was much easier. However, for Feng Yunsheng, she felt her vitality weakening along with the devilish formation. If this devilish tribulation were to vanish, it would be a brand new beginning for her. Great Taoist Xian Du couldn't care about anything else. He immediately released the clear Qi and purple Qi, manifesting the Taiji diagram. As the Taiji diagram revolved, it devoured the devilish Qi of the 9 underworlds and refined it. The 9 underworlds' devilish domain that was already shrinking became even weaker. At the same time, it affected the 12 devilish formation even further. The 9 underworlds' devils faced the pressure from the Supreme Elder Lord, the Amitabha Buddha, and the Eastern Sovereignty. Although they were anxious, they were helpless. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha and Tao Lord Luya saw it and felt anxious. The 9 underworlds was refined by great Taoist Xian Du, changing the heavens and earth, affecting the 12 devilish formation. At the same time, it also affected their refinement of the Blood Sea to vanquish the devilish tribulation. They needed a sufficiently weakened, yet complete Blood Sea. They needed to personally vanquish this tribulation and obtain this fortune. Only then could they take the final step and ascend to the Tao realm. For this, they had to fight against Taoism. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands and the demons of the Astro Mountains' starry seas attacked great Taoist Xiandu again. Fellow Taoist, please bear with me and help me accomplish my task today, Tao Lord Luya said to Methriya Buddha. The Methriya Buddha wouldn't go back on his words. The final Buddha's Sarira belongs to you. If I succeed today, I'll assist you in accomplishing your task in the future. Methriya Buddha's expression remained unchanged. He nodded and didn't say a word. He took another step forward and faced the Taoism cultivators. Over there, the person that he was most afraid of no longer existed. The battle had lasted for quite a while. Even though the great sage equaling heaven had been awe-inspiring earlier on and had even injured Kong Xian, he had reached the limit of time at this moment. He had split into three and reverted to the appearance of three golden bodies of the great sage. Without the great sage, heaven's equal, Mahamayuri's deterrence increased exponentially. Even though he had been injured by the great sage, heaven's equal, the five-color divine light that flowed endlessly around him was still awe-inspiring. Although the Taoists had the immortal vanquishing array, the heavenly lord of the immeasurable and the future Buddha were outside. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the immortal vanquishing array could not be activated. It had to be used as a final warning for the Taoists. Thus, Mahamayuri had one less worry. He glanced at the people from the Tao sect. Feng Yinxing sat quietly to recuperate. Mahamayuri's gaze quickly shifted away and finally rested on Yang Jian and Suo Mingzhong. The space between Yang Jian's eyebrows split open. His third vertical eye shone with divine light as it met Mahamayuri's gaze. However, Suo Mingzhong was the first to take a step forward. The great rock is heavily injured. Fellow Taoist Yang, there aren't many people holding him back. You can teleport to the heavens and take care of everyone. After looking at Yin Zhaoge and the others, Suo Mingzhong said, other than the great Taoist Xiandu, this place also needs someone to protect it. Taoist brother is more thorough than me. He turned his head and slowly walked towards Mahamayuri. In front of Mahamayuri, Suo Mingzhong, please enlighten me. Above the short-haired man's head, within the vast, devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, a huge fire dragon that filled up the entire universe was faintly discernible. The fire dragon's body was huge, and its head and tail were so far away that it seemed like the heavenly river spanning across the universe. Within the body formed by blazing flames, spots of starlight continuously shone. Its entire body seemed like a galaxy formed by flames. The river wasn't the water of the heavenly river anymore. Instead, it was the extremely horrifying heavenly flames that tempered the stars. The fire dragon swam around, and the flames swallowed and spat out. An invisible barrier seemed to form between the fire dragon and the outside world. It was difficult to pass through it. Mahamayuri looked at Suo Mingzhong and said indifferently, just now, when you fought against the primordial heart devil and the others, I could see your skills. However, it's still too early for you to fight against me. After saying that, he didn't say anything else and only scattered the 5-color divine light. Where the light reached, the fire dragon's body became smaller, and it seemed like it was about to be swept away by the divine light. However, Suo Mingzhong's gaze suddenly became sharper. Cut! As he shouted, the graceful heaven-cutting divine light spread out, and like an invisible blade, it cut the 5-color divine light. Mahamayuri's 5-color divine light was actually cut by the invisible heaven-cutting divine light. Suo Mingzhong stepped forward and raised his hand. The flaming heavenly river seemed to be grasped tightly in his palm. His clenched fist, which was burning fiercely, punched toward Mahamayuri. The power gathered by the collapse of countless stars actually caused Mahamayuri to stagger forward, as if he was taking the initiative to get close to Suo Mingzhong's fist. Heaven-cutting, is it? Mahamayuri's body swayed a little, and the 5-color divine light rotated and covered the sky again. Then he regained his footing. Wherever the 5-color divine light went, there was no end to it. It seemed that even the entire heavenly river could be swept away. Suo Mingzhong's punch which made creation's face change color, couldn't reach Mama Yuri at this moment. Kang Xian took a deep look at Suo Mingzhong. In time, you might become my nemesis, just like how a mortal-slaying flying knife restrained Yang Jian in the past. Just like how Dai Pamkara's wishful golden pagoda restrained Neza's lotus incarnation. But I've said it before, it's still too early. Mahama Yuri stood proudly, and the five-color divine light continued to descend. Wherever Suo Mingzhong's heaven-cutting divine light went, it was as if an invisible gate had landed on the ground. It continuously cut off the five-color divine light that was sweeping across the heavens and earth. Only the five-color divine light seemed to be endless, and the endless raging tides were ceaselessly cut off. The battle between the two was like a dam blocking a flood. The huge waves of the flood were getting higher and higher, and it started to show signs of breaking through the dam. Mahama Yuri looked at Suo Mingzhong and saw that the short-haired man was smiling. Even Yin Zhaoge and the others rarely saw Suo Mingzhong like this. That was obviously an extremely excited smile, as if he was immersed in the incomparably magnificent scenery. The short-haired man's eyes revealed an unprecedented excitement. Facing Mama Yuri and the five-color divine light, whose name had shaken 3 epochs and was infinitely close to being invincible under the Tao realm, Suo Mingzhong was like a pine tree standing alone on a mountain peak amidst the biting cold wind. No matter how hard the wind blew, it remained strong. The most shocking thing was that as time passed, the heaven-cutting divine light that seemed like it was going to be destroyed by the five-color divine light gradually became stronger and stronger. The five-colored tide became fiercer and fiercer, and it seemed like it was going to break through the transparent dam. However, as time passed, the dam that seemed to be on the verge of collapsing didn't collapse. In the end, it started to show signs of stabilizing. Chapter 1777. It's not early today. Suo Mingzhong looked at Mama Yuri and said, "It might be too late in the future." Apart from Suo Mingzhong himself, Kang Xian was the one who knew the changes of the sky-severing divine light the best. The white-robed Buddha, sitting on the back of the golden peacock king, looked even more solemn at this moment. I said it's still early. Mama Yuri said word by word. The overwhelming five-color divine light continued to fall. Suo Mingzhong did not retreat and faced his opponent's monstrous power head-on. Wherever the power of his sky-severing book reached, the nearby demonic chi was completely cleared. A vacuum zone appeared in the 9 underworlds. Neither demonic chi nor creation existed. Wherever Mahama Yuri's five-color divine light went, it swept away everything in the surroundings. Everything that came close to it, whether it was a person or an object, disappeared. Only Suo Mingzhong and the Pure Land around him were able to block the surging five-color divine light from beginning to end. The seemingly monstrous five-colored flood could break the invisible dam if it was just a little bit higher. However, he was unable to surpass this small gap. The higher the flood peak, the higher the dam. Previously, the dam that seemed to be on the verge of collapse had gradually become less dangerous as time passed. Instead, it was as stable as Mount Tai, an insurmountable barrier. In the end, the five-color divine light that once swept away everything seemed to be constantly tempering Suo Mingzhong's sky-severing book, helping him to perfect what he had learned and become stronger. Mahama Yuri's expression was solemn. The five-color divine light was still flourishing and kept falling, trying to break Suo Mingzhong's sky-severing divine light. But Suo Mingzhong did not retreat and fought with Mahama Yuri to the end. Ray after ray of the five-color divine light was extinguished, and then more descended. One after another, the sky-severing divine light was swept away, but there were always more coming. A white-robed Buddha sitting on the back of the golden peacock king and a short-haired man with a flame dragon above his head. The two stood face to face. The distance between them seemed not far, but it seemed to be very close. A boundary that was visible to the naked eye stood between the two like a wall. On one side of the wall was flowing with 5 colors, and on the other side was shining. The five-color divine light and the sky-severing divine light formed two worlds, colliding with each other without giving way. This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention. Fellow Taoist Suo's expression is becoming more and more relaxed. Perfected Tai thought to himself, although one is attacking and the other is defending, if this continues, fellow Taoist Suo will soon have the strength to counterattack. The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the Dipankara ancient Buddha recalled the scene of Suo Mingzhong fighting with them in the past. Every time we meet, he improves by leaps and bounds. Up until now, it has only been over 1,000 years since he ascended to the Zenith Heaven realm. The Dipankara ancient Buddha shook his head and couldn't be bothered to recall the past. While Suo Mingzhong was obstructing Mama Yuri, the other Taoists were not idle either. Neza challenged the ancient Dipankara Buddha again and attacked fiercely. Guanyin Bodhisattva tried to stop Neza, but she was blocked by Yang Jian. Why don't you let them have a chance to end their karma? Just as Suo Mingzhong had said, without the threat of Mama Yuri and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Yang Jian's speed advantage was very obvious. He was almost everywhere, and he could almost take care of everyone. He was protecting the great Taoist Master Xian, Du, who was refining the 9 underworlds. At the same time, he was also protecting Yin Zhaoge and the other two who were in seclusion, as well as Feng Yunsheng, who was recuperating. Taoist Luya frowned. His figure flashed, and he descended above the blood sea. He released the dark green devilish flames, which connected to the 12 heavenly godly demon formation patterns. He did not attack the great Taoist Master Xiandu now. Instead, he focused on his ritual. He wanted to compete with the great Taoist Master Xiandu in terms of speed. He wanted to see if the great Taoist Master Xiandu would refine the 9 underworlds first, or if he would refine the blood sea formation patterns first. However, Yang Jian kept staring at Taoist Luya. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Taoist Luya. He stabbed his 3-pointed, double-edged saber towards Taoist Luya's heart. Taoist Luya was helpless. He hurriedly turned into a rainbow and escaped. In terms of speed, he was not at a disadvantage against Yang Jian. However, with Yang Jian's interference, Taoist Luya could not refine the blood sea formation patterns. He would not hold Yang Jian back and fight for a chance for the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He might as well help the great Taoist Master Xian. Du, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was being held back by Neza, and frowned. He wanted to go forward, but he was indeed stopped by Yang Jian. Buddha is merciful. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chanted and manifested his Dharma idol. He actually turned into a blood sea hell that was similar to the 9 underworlds. An ascetic Buddha sat in hell and suffered all the sufferings of hell. However, he was still peaceful. A wheel appeared under the Buddha's body. It spun and actually opened reincarnation. It was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who wanted to drag Yang Jian into reincarnation. Even if he could not make Yang Jian really fall into reincarnation, he had to restrict his movements so that he could not suppress the entire place alone. Yang Jian laughed when he saw that. The 8-9 arcane art was extremely useful. The shadow of the golden-winged rock still appeared above his head. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a huge lion. The lion actually had 9 heads. At that moment, it opened its 9 mouths and roared at hell, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva below. As the lion roared, the gate of reincarnation slowly closed. The scene of hell began to dissipate. Taoist Luya and the other big shots of the demon race had strange expressions when they saw that. This was because the 9-headed lion that Yang Jian had transformed into was clearly the true form of the Grand Sage of 9 spirits. The Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor, also known as the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, let out a roar and opened the blood pool of hell, the gate of reincarnation. Similarly, a roar could also shut it down. The real 9 spirits origin sage was in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and did not participate in today's 9 underworlds layout. It was Yang Jian who had transformed into a beast that had broken through Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's divine ability. Seeing that the gate of reincarnation was about to close and that the blood pool of hell was about to collapse, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva chanted silently, his expression unchanged. Guanyin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva descended into the blood pool of hell together. Thank you, senior brother. For the time being, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva nodded at Mahastemaprapta Bodhisattva. The four great bodhisattvas returned to their positions at the same time, and the hell's blood pool changed again. Collapsing cars, freezing ice, shedding shells, pulling intestines, boiling oil, and other cruel scenes from purgatory appeared one after another. Moreover, the area that the infernal realm covered was rapidly expanding. From the bottom up, it swept towards Yangjian, the Dharma realm of the nine nethers and 10 directions, reincarnation bodhisattva. Although the image of the boundless infernal realm appeared, there were four great bodhisattvas chanting sutras to save all living beings and turn all suffering into nothingness. Here, the four great bodhisattvas joined forces in an attempt to dispel the transformation ability of Yang Jian's 8-9 arcane art. At the same time, the ancient Dipankara Buddha ignored Nez's fierce attack and brazenly took out all 18 sea calming pearls and smashed them towards Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and smiled. You two are looking at me with your old eyes. He stood still and completely ignored the influence of the Dharma realm of the nine nethers and 10 directions reincarnation bodhisattva. He activated the 8-9 arcane art, and his body was extremely strong, resisting the attacks of the 18 sea calming pearls. Bam, bam, bam. 18 sounds were heard. The sea calming pearls that were as heavy as the creation of the heavens continuously smashed onto Yang Jian's head. However, they did not even leave a mark. Chapter 1778. Yang Jian transformed back into his human form. The figures of the 9-headed lion and the golden rock flickered above his head. Using the 8-9 arcane art, Yang Jian used his sturdy body to withstand the attacks of the 18 sea calming pearls. He wielded the 3-pointed, double-edged blade and slashed downwards, slashing through the 9 underworlds samsara bodhisattva realm created by the 4 bodhisattvas. Then, Yang Jian turned to look at the Dipankara Buddha. Dipankara, you're still the same. During the investiture of the gods, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, who was the strongest amongst the prime, clear bigwigs of the ancient era, fought against 3 jade, clear experts who had yet to enter Buddhism. The Samantabhadra cultivated deity, the Lord of Manjushri vast law, and the Taoist compassionate Taoist. They were the Samantabhadra enlightened, Manjushri Bodhisattva, and Guanyin Bodhisattva. In the end, amidst the fierce battle, Taoist burning lamp was ambushed by the ancient Dipankara Buddha with 24 sea calming pearls, smashing the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, who was fighting against the 3 jade clear bigwigs to death, sending the Golden Spirit Divine Mother onto the investiture god board. Now, the ancient Dipankara Buddha had used the same method to plot against Yang Jian. Unfortunately, Yang Jian's 8-9 arcane art was too strong, and he was fine despite the attacks from the sea calming pearls, causing Dipankara Buddha to feel helpless. He used all 18 sea calming pearls to launch a sneak attack on Yang Jian, causing him to be careless. How could Neza let him go? He immediately broke through the obstruction of the golden flames and arrived before Dipankara Buddha, thrusting his spear forward. Seeing this, the indestructible Vajra Buddha hurriedly condensed a Vajra Buddha relic to help Dipankara Buddha block Neza's attack. However, Yang Jian's figure flashed, appearing beside the indestructible Vajra Buddha and Dipankara Buddha at the same time, even though he seemed to be fighting against Guanyin Bodhisattva and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In terms of speed, Yang Jian was not faster than the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. However, in terms of power, Yang Jian was incomparable to the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Although the indestructible Vajra Buddha could fight against the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles with his relic, he could not match Yang Jian's sharpness. The relic was shattered on the spot. Although the indestructible Vajra, Buddha's golden body, was strong in defense, he did not wish to take Yang Jian's attack head-on and quickly retreated. The ancient Dipankara Buddha recalled the sea calming pearl and blocked Yang Jian's surprise attack in a hurry. However, Neza rushed up again immediately. While Yang Jian was sweeping away the people from the Buddhists, he also stood in front of the great Taoist Master Xiandu. A golden lotus bloomed in his essence soul and helped the great Taoist Master Xiandu block Tao Lord Lu Ye's immortal-slaying flying saber. At the same time, his figure flickered, and he clashed with Yuan Hong again, causing this great demon, who was also famous for the power of his blood and flesh, to fall back. Yang Jian seemed to be everywhere on the battlefield, forcing the Buddhas of the Pure Land and the demons of the mountain and sea realm to retreat in defeat. Although Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and the others couldn't participate in the battle, and even the great sage equaling heaven's true body transformation had reached its limit, the group of Taoism heavenly lords continued to suppress the Buddhists and demons with their strength alone. The great Taoist Master Xiandu took the opportunity to refine the demon domain of the Nine Nether and charge towards the Tao realm. Ancient Buddha, the indestructible Vajra Buddha, looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha. As the ancient Buddha resisted Neza's relentless attack, he pondered and looked at the great Taoist Master Xiandu. His eyes kept flickering. The Taiji diagram above the great Taoist Master Xiandu's head grew larger and larger. As it expanded, it seemed like it was going to replace the 9 underworlds. In the center of the Taiji diagram, a dark yellow radiance gradually appeared. It was different from the heaviness of the sea calming pearl. It wasn't as vast and vigorous, but it was more condensed. However, at this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew into the sky and landed in the Taiji diagram. The great Taoist Master Xiandu was shocked. Senior Apprentice Brother South Pole. The stream of light that flew into the Taiji diagram was a jade rui that was flickering with purple, white, and golden colors. It was the treasure that the jade, clear Taoist ancestor Primordial Heavenly Lord had carried with him before he transcended. The Trigemini Jade Rui. After being frozen by the Trigemini Jade Rui, the Taiji diagram stopped spinning. However, it didn't reverse and revert back to the devilish chi. The vast heaven and earth formed by the Taiji diagram and the remaining 9 underworlds' devilish domain temporarily formed a subtle balance, just like the 2 extremes of the world. The only crucial point where the 2 extremes intersected was where the Trigemini Jade Rui was. The southern extremity Longevity Emperor stood on the thunder chariot. His face behind the bead curtain was calm and filled with emotions. "Thank you, Junior Apprentice Brother Xiandu." Most of the people present were caught off guard. They looked at the southern extremity Longevity Emperor in astonishment. Above the southern extremity Longevity Emperor's head, 9 clusters of lightning slowly condensed and lined up. Some were like the silent, eternal night, pitch black and silent. However, shocking power was hidden within, as if it could explode at any moment, as if dawn was approaching. Some were blazing and bright, extremely firm and yang, as if the sun was hanging high in the sky. Some were cold and gloomy, extremely soft, and like flowing water. It was different from ordinary lightning, as it transformed the world's strongest yang into the softest and most possessing a unique profoundness. Some were constantly flickering, changing once in an instant, gathering all of its power and unleashing it in an instant, displaying the principles of the change of time in an instant. Some were eternally unmoving, radiating eternally, not even trembling a bit. It was as if time was eternal, unmoving, sitting and watching the changes of the world. Some were formless, not like lightning. Instead, they were colorful, causing one's heart to change upon seeing them. Some were displaying the changes of the 5 elements, reinforcing and restraining each other, growing and multiplying endlessly, evolving all things. Some were like bubbles, expanding and contracting. Each lightning was like a world. Some were like chaos, blurry and hard to understand, as if it was the beginning of all things, the beginning of the primordial world. The nine heavens immortal lightning appeared above the southern extremity longevity emperor's head, condensing into 9 different lightning talismans. Then, the 9 lightning talismans merged together, forming an even larger and more profound lightning talisman. This talisman seemed to contain all the changes and principles of the creation world from its creation until now. The lightning talisman rose and imprinted itself on the Triratna jade scepter. Then, streaks of lightning started spreading in all directions, gradually extending to the world formed by the Taiji diagram and the sky above the 9 underworlds. The lightning was like a slithering silver snake, running everywhere and covering the entire sky, opening the world with lightning, creating the world again. The great Taoist Master Xian Du stared at the southern extremity longevity emperor with a piercing gaze. Is this your path to the Tao realm? So, Senior Brother South Pole, you're already prepared. Their paths were different, but the opportunities they were fighting for might be the same. The ancient Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya were fighting for the chance to refine the Blood Sea personally and break the demonic tribulation. The great Taoist Master Xian Du had a conflict with them, but the details were different. He wanted to refine the 9 underworld's demonic domain and use it to create a new creation. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was fighting for the same opportunity as the great Taoist Master Xian Du, therefore. He wanted to use the foundation of the 9 underworlds to open up a new world and create a new creation. However, he was more secretive than the great Taoist Master Xian Du, Tao Lord Luya, and the ancient Dipankara Buddha. In this fight for the 9 underworlds, while the others' attention was focused on the great Taoist Master Xian Du, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was already prepared. He kept a low profile, quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. Chapter 1779. Great Taoist Master Xian Du's refinement of the 9 underworlds had reached a critical moment. However, at this moment, the great Taoist Master Xian Du's efforts had all gone to the great Taoist Master Xian Du. All the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor needed to do was to build on the foundation of the other party. The great Taoist Master Xian Du wanted to retaliate, but there was nothing he could do. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the thunder net derived from the 3 treasures Jade Rui had already connected the remaining 9 nethered devilish domain with the Taiji painting, which made Great Master Xian Du unable to give up and disperse the Taiji painting even if he wanted to. He himself was also sucked into the Taiji diagram and tied to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's war chariot. Unfortunately, he was not the one riding the cart, but the one pushing it. Not only the people of Taoism, even the Buddhas of the Pure Land and the great sages of the demon race were shocked. Someone subconsciously looked towards old Lord Taishang, who was inside the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon Formation. Regardless of whether he could be distracted and pay attention to that side, his sudden movements could not be hidden from the Tao ancestors in the Sea of Blood. However, the Grand Supreme Elder ignored it in the Sea of Blood. He did not even glance at the great Taoist Master Xian Du. Seeing this, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor heaved a final sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the Elder Lord was paying attention to them or not, he still bowed towards the Elder Lord in the Blood Sea. Great Taoist Master Xian Du's expression was extremely solemn. He tried to reverse the ritual, but it was in vain. Senior Brother South Pole, Perfected Tai looked at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch's hands formed a series of hand seals that were constantly changing. Streaks of divine lightning continued to descend upon the Triratna Jade Scepter, continuously reinforcing it. He nodded at Perfected Tai. I'm not as stable as Junior Brother Xian. Do I have the risk of someone ruining my Tao path? So I kept a secret. I didn't mean to hide it. Please forgive me, fellow Taoists. The Southern Extremity Longevity Great Monarch looked around at the people of Taoism and slowly said, In the battle of the Great Tao, there is no one who has no self. I have no choice but to fight for it today. Please lend me a hand. After a moment of silence, Neza continued to turn around and attack the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Be it the southern extremity longevity emperor or the great Taoist master Xian Du, they were both in the Tao sect. Regardless of which of them succeeded, the Taoist path would gain a Tao father, and the Taoist path would benefit as a whole. Due to their previous history, the three clear lineages were now united as one. The Jade Clear, Grand Clear, and Prime Clear lineages no longer cared so much about one's origins. However, to Neza, he was still more familiar with the southern extremity Immortal Wang from the Jade Clear lineage, and the southern extremity Longevity Emperor from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. However, the southern extremity Longevity Emperor's secretive actions made Neza very unhappy. However, at this critical moment, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. Be it the southern extremity Longevity Emperor or the great Taoist Master Xian Du, they were both better than the Dipankara Ancient Buddha or Tao Lord Luya. Yang Jian frowned and didn't say anything. At this moment, great monarch Gaochen suddenly said, "Back then, you arranged for Jian Shunhua to secretly take away the devil of aged metal's authority. But in the end, you made a move on the doomsday heavenly demon. It was really your idea." Taoist Gaochen, your words are incorrect. It should be the 9 underworlds who had secretly set it up to bewitch Jian Shunhua. The southern extremity longevity emperor refused to admit to it. He turned his head and looked at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. What happened to Taoist Feng after that were all unexpected variables. Feng Yunsheng remained silent, while Yin Zhaoge looked towards the southern extremity longevity emperor. Senior apprentice brother Nie's entry into the 9 underworlds was also related to you? Yin Zhaoge asked another question. In the past, I fought against the 9 underworlds, Buddhism, and the demon race together with Taoist Suo and Taoist Wudong. However, I couldn't separate myself from them. The southern extremity longevity emperor smiled. It's inconvenient for me to make too many movements. Otherwise, other Taoists might notice that I'm also interested in the 9 underworlds. However, I do have some clues regarding this matter. As he said that, he looked at the great Taoist Xian Du. Back then, junior apprentice brother Xian Du had been there. As for what he did, I'm not sure. As soon as he said that, Niet Jingxin and Yu Yi, who were within the crystal plate, trembled. Yu Yi couldn't help but look towards the great Taoist Xian Du. Her pupils were filled with the image of chaos and extinction. Regardless of whether the great Taoist Xian Du had done anything or not, if he had really been there, even if he didn't take the initiative to do anything, he would at least watch as Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi were hunted by Zhang Buxu because of the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. Watch as He Mian betrayed the 2 of them. Watch as they were forced into the 9 underworlds, and Nie Jingxin was forced to transform into the devil of aged metal in order to protect Yu Yi. If that wasn't all, everything that was hidden in the dark was even more chilling. If he didn't do anything, why would the great Taoist Xian Du, who had always been secluded within the Tushita Palace, make a trip there? Was it just to personally witness the rebirth of the new devil of aged metal? The southern extremity longevity emperor calmly looked at the great Taoist Xian Du. He held a jade slip in his hand and said, "Although I discovered some clues, I cleaned up the traces for junior apprentice brother Xian Du in the end. I kept it a secret until now. Back then, I wasn't confident in attaining the Tao realm, while junior apprentice brother Xian Du had more hope. For the sake of our unity, I kept it a secret. I feel guilty towards Niet Jingxin and Yu Yi." As he said that, he touched the jade slip with his finger, and specks of radiant dust flew out. The radiant dust floated, forming a faintly discernible image. Within the image, it was the land of tranquil stream at the border of the 9 underworlds. Within the devilish domain, dark golden sword lights gushed out. It was the moment when Nie Jingxin succumbed to the devil. Outside the 9 underworlds, a stream of clear air floated far away. Everyone present could recognize that it was of the grand, clear lineage. Within the clear air, the great Taoist Xian Du's 10 supreme crane cover could be vaguely seen. The image was a little blurry. This was because the southern extremity longevity emperor didn't capture the information on the spot. Instead, He arrived there afterward and used a special secret technique to clean up the hidden traces. Yin Zhaoge's pupils flickered with a jade-green radiance. With the Origin Heavenly Scriptures deduction, he confirmed the authenticity of the information in no time. Yang Jian's third vertical eye opened. Divine radiance swept across the area, and he remained silent. The great Taoist Xian Du didn't say anything. After the North Star Emperor's initial sentence, he regained his calmness. The Tai cultivated deity looked at Yin Zhaoge and the others worriedly. The competition for the Tao had always been cruel and difficult. For the three clear lineage, it was imperative to create another Tao ancestor other than the Elder Lord at all costs. It sounded cruel, but the situation was as such. Only, as the person involved, it was undoubtedly a different feeling. Nez's attacks against the Dipankara ancient Buddha slowed down. His expression was uneasy. His lips moved a few times, but no sound came out. The entire place turned silent. Although the battle between Taoism, demons, and Buddhists was still intense, everyone remained silent. Feng Yunsheng and Yu Yi looked at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the great Taoist Xian Du with complicated expressions. If Taoism's lineage emerged victorious in today's 9 underworld situation, the entire Taoism would benefit from the birth of a new Tao ancestor. After attaining the Tao ancestor's position, it was already on a whole different level. There was no need to worry about the truth being exposed. However, as the person involved in the events of the past, Feng Yunsheng and Yu Yi couldn't help but feel depressed. Even if they won, they wouldn't feel satisfied. Southern Extremity Taoist, I'm impressed with your ability to conceal yourself. The Dipankara ancient Buddha suddenly said. However, it's still too early to say that victory is within your grasp. He clasped his palms together. Now that all the variables are gone, it's time. Chapter 1780. When he said the variables are all gone, and the time is about to come, the Dipankara ancient Buddha glanced at the Elder Lord within the 12 heavenly divinity grand formation. There, the 5 Tao ancestors were engaged in an intense battle, and they were in a stalemate. My Buddha is merciful. The ancient Buddha retracted his gaze, put his palms together, and chanted, Taoist Kong, please forgive me. In the next moment, Mahamayuri, who was fighting against Su Mingzhong, suddenly trembled slightly. 5 clumps of light flew out from his body, 1 big and 4 small. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that within the 5 balls of light, there was a divine pestle and 4 sariras. The divine pestle that Taoist Junti used to subdue the peacock, and the Buddha's sariras that he left behind after transcending as a Tathagata. Yin Zhaoge looked at the 5 clumps of light, and his gaze flickered. There were a total of 5 Buddha's sariras. 1 was in Mahamayuri's possession, 1 was in the hands of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, 1 was in the hands of Ananda, 1 was in the Tishita Palace, and 1 was in the hands of the future Buddha, Maitreya. After all these years, Mahamayuri had obtained 4 sariras, and only the future Buddha had 1. The future Buddha also promised that after the 9 underworld situation ended, he would give this Buddha's sariras to Mahamayuri to make up for it. As for the divine pestle, it was Taoist Zhuan Ti's treasure during the ancient times. During the fight for the Wuji apricot yellow flag, the Western Pure Lands used it to defend against Mahamayuri's might. However, the divine pestle could only be used once, and it fell into Kong Xian's hands. After losing the green lotus flag, the divine pestle, and the Wuji apricot yellow flag, they didn't have any more Buddha sariras. As such, during the 9 underworld situation, the Western Pure Lands had no choice but to face Mahamayuri's assistance to the demon race. In the battle below the Tao realm, Taoism's 3 clear lineage was superior. They could almost fight against the demon race, Buddha, and devil race by themselves. Even though Taoism's Xuandu, great Taoist, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had a conflict, Taoism was still able to suppress the Buddha and demon race. Before the Tao sect entered the arena, Tao Lord Immortal Luya, who had received the help of Mahamayuri, had also defeated Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Western Pure Lands had persisted until now, but it seemed like they could only persist in wandering around the periphery and see if they could get lucky. In the Netherworld layout, the ancient Dipankara Buddha seemed to be the first to be eliminated. However, this ancient Buddha suddenly launched an attack at this moment. Mahamiri raised his head and saw a faint swastika symbol on the divine pestle. The swastika rune began to spin, and a clear, glass-like radiance sprinkled down. Amidst the radiance, green lotuses blossomed. It was like the hometown of bliss and longevity, the pure land of Paramitha. A gigantic Buddha silhouette was faintly discernible within it. It looked vaguely like the image of Amitabha. Amitabha Buddha is fighting for the opportunity to kill Maitreya Buddha first. But if he can transcend, it'll be best if the Western Pure Lands have a new Buddha presiding over it. Everyone knew what was going on. It seemed like the Western Pure Lands were the first to be eliminated. In fact, Amitabha Buddha and the ancient Dipankara Buddha had already made arrangements. They had been waiting for the final opportunity to succeed in one strike. After being linked by the clear radiance on the divine pestle, the four Sakya relics also released golden radiance that shone in all directions. Within the golden radiance, four gigantic Buddha statues appeared and occupied four different positions, protecting the divine pestle in the middle. As the four golden Buddhas suppressed down, the great thousand worlds and the 9 underworlds seemed to have come to a standstill. The living beings within were also unable to move. At this moment, it was as though Buddha Sakya had returned to the mortal world. Not only was Mahamayuri the original owner of the relics affected, but the others were also affected. Yang Jian, Suo Ming Zhang, Tao Lord Immortal Luya, Great Taoist Master Shindu, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Neza, Yuan Hong, Bull Demon King, Emperor Gaochen, Perfected Tai. Everyone present felt immense pressure and could only try their best to hold on. At this time, how could everyone still not understand that the divine pestle was purposely given to Mahamayuri by the Western Pure Lands? It was only because of this that it could affect the four relics in his hands today. The radiance of the four golden Buddhas became more and more dazzling. In the end, they fused into one and transformed into a gigantic pagoda, suppressing the entire universe. Other than the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands, everyone else was suppressed by the pagoda. Yin Zhaoge and the others were still in seclusion, while Feng Yunqing's body was still weak. After the North Ocean clone, Su Fei and Pan Pan returned to their original forms. They were also weakened. Fortunately, the North Ocean clone's cultivation of the 8-9 profound art was successful, and his physique was strong. He lifted the Ru E golden cudgel and lifted it up, helping Yin Zhaoge and the others to share some of the pressure. Within the Blood Sea, the Tao ancestors weren't affected. Dongwang Tai glanced at the pagoda formed by the four golden Buddhas from the corner of his eyes and retracted his gaze. Amitabha Buddha's expression was calm, and no emotions could be seen. The Elder Lord acted as if he didn't hear anything. He only swung his scepter and attacked the primordial Heavenly Devil and the vast freedom Heavenly Devil. The 5 Tao realm almighties continued to fight in the 12 capital heaven celestial demon formation. The boundless void was also filled with Buddha lights. However, boundless sword chis were faintly discernible. They were concentrated at a single point, penetrating through the Buddha lights and threatening the pagoda. Previously, the incongruence Divine Mother and the Cloud Sky Fairy had remained silent and didn't interfere in the battle between the Shindu Great Master and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. However, now that the Western Pure Lands had made their move, they wouldn't ignore it. Only, the instant the Immortal Extermination Formation made its move, a white jade door appeared faintly by the void. The jade door seemed to be threatening the Taoism heavens. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord alone couldn't break through the Immortal Extermination Formation. However, the Immortal Extermination Formation couldn't threaten the Immortal Court. Then, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord could illuminate Zhu Luo and the other Taoism successors in the Royal Reed Heaven. Previously, the future Buddha had suffered a huge loss and was suppressed by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although he was also restraining the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord still held the initiative. He could fight and leave as he pleased. Under the current situation, he could suppress the blessed lands of the White Lotus and restrain the Taoism Immortal Extermination Formation. This caused the incongruence Divine Mother and Yun Shao Fairy to be worried. The Immortal Extermination Formation was faintly discernible by the void, accumulating power. If the Dipankara ancient Buddha attained the Tao realm, the Western Pure Lands would have another Buddha besides the Amitabha Buddha. It would definitely affect the current situation greatly. The worrisome part was that the Buddha's pagoda was formed from the treasures left behind by the Gautama Buddha. The Immortal Extermination Formation didn't have enough confidence in attacking it from the outside. Perhaps it could shorten the duration of the Buddha's pagoda, but it was doubtful if it could stop the Dipankara ancient Buddha in time. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord was eyeing the Taoism heavens covetously. The incongruence Divine Mother and Yun Shao Fairy had to carefully consider if the Taoism was going to sacrifice all of their current foundations and disregard the consequences to compete for the 9 underworlds today. In the 9 underworlds, the Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the Buddha's pagoda and finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly descended above the Blood Sea and conjured the swastika character. He then started refining the Blood Sea's formation patterns. Chapter 1781. The members of the Tao sect and demon race were affected by the Buddha's pagoda, and they resisted the suppression of the 4 great Buddhas. Not only was Tao Lord Luya, who was competing with the ancient Dipankara Buddha, blocked, but the great Taoist Master Xian Du and the great Emperor of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's process of refining the demon domain and opening up a new world was also forced to a halt. They could only resist the suppression of the great Buddha while watching the ancient Dipankara Buddha land on the surface of the Blood Sea. Tao Lord Luya frowned and manifested the Dharma body of the Vairocana Buddha. His figure eased up slightly, but the pressure from the Buddha's pagoda above him was still enormous, and it caused Tao Lord Luya to find it difficult to move. Yang Jian's 8 and 9 arcane art transformed into the appearance of a Buddha. But the situation was similar to Tao Lord Luya. Even though the pressure from the Buddha's pagoda had eased up slightly, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Its effect was limited, and it was still difficult for him to move freely. He looked at Mahamayuri and saw that Mahamayuri had transformed into a Buddha Dharmakaya with 24 heads and 18 arms. 5-color divine light flowed and blocked the pagoda that was crashing down from above. But under the suppression of the Buddha's pagoda, it was temporarily impossible for Mahamayuri to make a move. Guan Yin Bodhisattva, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and the other bigwigs of the Western Pure Lands weren't suppressed by the Buddha's pagoda. However, it was difficult for them to harm the people from the Tao sect and the great sages of the demon race in the area enveloped by the light of the Buddha. The Buddhas of the Pure Land retreated and protected the Dipankara ancient Buddha while staring at the opponents below. The sudden change in front of them also surprised them. In order to keep it a secret, the Amitabha Buddha and the Dipankara Buddha hid this last and most crucial move from their own people in the Western Pure Lands. It wasn't that he was worried that someone would leak the secret. Rather, the fewer people who knew about it, the fewer traces left in the world would be, and the more difficult it would be for others to find out about it and deduce it. Guan Yin Bodhisattva and the rest naturally understood this logic. However, looking at the Dipankara ancient Buddha, they were still filled with emotions. Neza looked at the ancient Buddha that was leaving and gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he was the embodiment of a lotus flower, at this moment, he was unable to move an inch when facing the suppression of the Buddha's pagoda above him. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor looked up at the Buddha's pagoda above his head and frowned. I've calculated everything, but I'm still one step behind in the end. Amitabha, good move. In the current situation, it wasn't that they had lost to the ancient Dipankara Buddha. Otherwise, putting aside the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, Tao Lord Immortal Luya, and the others, there was no way Mahamyuri would be completely oblivious. Senior Brother South Pole, can't you use the Tri-Treasure Rui to land that augmentation divine pestle? Great Taoist Master Xian Du asked slowly. The Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch smiled and answered calmly, "It's too late. The divine pestle has fused with the 4 Sarairas, and the central Saha Pagoda has already been completed. The tri-jeweled jade scepter can't touch the divine pestle anymore." Although he had mastered the trigeminal jade scepter, he could only rely on this treasure to accomplish things. He was unable to activate the treasure to hurt others. Junior Martial Sister Wudong's Qingping sword is also unable to break through this central Saha Pagoda. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said calmly. Although his tone was indifferent, his eyes flickered with unwillingness. Just now, he was only a step away from success. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor gazed at the blood sea beneath the abyss. Although the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation was still being maintained, it was growing weaker and weaker. The Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon borrowed the power of the formation to fight against 3 powerful enemies, Taishang Laojun, Amitabha, and the Eastern Monarch Tai. Unfortunately, the 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation was still incomplete. Affected by the battle between the 2 sides, the Doomsday Heavenly Demon that was about to descend into the world became distant once again. The 12 Citadel Heavenly Demon formation became weaker, and the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon found it increasingly difficult to face the 3 powerful enemies. The 9 underworlds Fiend Tao had fallen into a vicious cycle. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha took the opportunity to refine the formation patterns above the Blood Sea. In a perfect Buddha light, behind his head, 3 lamps appeared at the same time. Among them, the gray flames suddenly grew brighter. Flames flew out from within and formed the swastika symbol that fell into the Blood Sea. The swastika symbol circulated and split. 1 turned into 100, 100 turned into 10,000, 10,000 turned into 1,000,000. Very soon, countless swastika symbols appeared. They flowed along the 12-stroke formation pattern above the Blood Sea like flowing water. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha put his palms together and chanted silently. The tide-like swastika symbols rapidly covered the Blood Sea formation pattern. When a mysterious formation pattern formed by the 12 strokes above the Blood Sea was filled with countless swastika symbols, the perfect Buddha light behind the Dipankara Ancient Buddha's head became even brighter and turned into endless radiance that illuminated the surroundings. The dark 9 underworld's abyssal sea seemed to be illuminated at this moment. In the Blood Sea below, the Primordial Heavenly Demon and the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon looked uneasy. The Great Freedom Heavenly Demon directly raised his hand and grabbed towards the Blood Sea. However, the Amitabha Buddha blocked his palm. The expressions of Taishang Laojun and the Eastern Monarch Tai didn't change. It was as if they didn't see what was happening outside the Blood Sea. It was as if the people outside who wanted to use the 9 underworlds layout to achieve their goals were their own people, and not the people of the Western Pure Lands. The Amitabha Buddha's expression didn't change either. The 3 Tao realm experts joined hands and focused on suppressing the 9 underworld's demonic Tao. After obtaining this fortune, the Dipankara Ancient Buddha sat on the green lotus and hovered above the Blood Sea formation pattern. At this moment, he only needed to wait patiently for the 12 devilish heavenly formation to continue weakening. Only when the group of devils was annihilated would he execute his final move. Destroying the devils meant eliminating the devils. With such great merits, he would be able to take the final step forward. The central blessed lands of Saha can still exist for a long time. There should be more than enough time. The Dipankara Ancient Buddha looked at the Buddha's pagoda and everyone beneath it. He calculated in his heart. Even if the Taoism activates the immortal extermination formation to attack, there should be more than enough time. Looking at his competitors, Tao Lord Luya and the great Taoist Master Xian Du, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor who stood out, and the domineering Kong Xian, Yang Jian, Suo Mingzhong, and Feng Yunsheng, the ancient Dipankara Buddha was filled with emotions. However, before he could truly relax, waves started surging within his mind again. The Dipankara ancient Buddha noticed a pair of bright eyes looking at him with a hint of a smile. Yin Zhaoga's eyes. The Dipankara ancient Buddha's heart instantly tensed up again. What great methods, Buddha! What great patience, ancient Buddha! Yin Zhaoga's expression remained calm. He still sat cross-legged within the void, and his hands formed a line with Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi. He turned his head and looked around. He looked at the clumps of Buddha lights enveloping him and observed the central Saha Pagoda. However, if I'm not mistaken, the strength of this Buddha's pagoda's suppression towards us is different. After all, our strengths are different. In the end, we're all suppressed to the point where we can't even move. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Also, I feel like this strength won't be adjusted any further. The Dipankara ancient Buddha stared at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga turned his head and looked at him again. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Dipankara, the variables aren't exhausted yet. Chapter 1782. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bhantes focused their gazes on Yin Zhaoga. Currently, while we are suppressed by this pagoda, you also seem to be unable to harm us. Yin Zhaoga's tone was still neither hurried nor slow. He turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. My wife's body isn't well because of the 12 Du Tian celestial demon formation. It's hard for her to improve her current condition. Taoist Yang, Mr. Mahamayuri, Taoist Luya, and the others were fighting with all their might. Even if there were any changes, they would only become weaker. They wouldn't become stronger. Yin Zhaoga looked around and finally retracted his gaze. He looked at the Dipankara ancient Buddha again. But here, there's someone different from them. Yin Zhaoga's hands connected with Nie Jingxin and Yu Yi by his sides. The splendor of divinity and splendor of qi appeared above his head, forming the twin flowers' converged crown. At the same time, the image of chaos appeared in his eyes. Above his head, a blurry ball of auspicious clouds gradually appeared. The auspicious clouds were blurry and indistinct, like a mass of chaos. The edges and contours of the clouds were indistinguishable, as if they were incomparably small, yet they also seemed vast and boundless. As Yin Zhaoga circulated his profound art, the cloud above his head started collapsing towards the center and gradually transformed into the appearance of a Taoist. The figure of the Taoist was faintly discernible. The surrounding clouds swirled, vaguely forming the frame of a carriage. Fragrant clouds were everywhere. The Taoist sat on the frame of the carriage. Above his head, there was a faintly discernible auspicious cloud. In the middle of the auspicious cloud, there was a golden lamp. As the light flickered, the chaotic airflow in the surroundings undulated. Yin Zhaoga raised his head, blowing lightly towards that Taoist and the auspicious cloud golden lamp. The Taoist figure instantly shrunk again, and the golden cloud lamp also retracted towards the center. In the end, all the scenes disappeared, and only one thing remained. It was difficult to describe, difficult to guess. Past, future, yin and yang, hot and cold, fast and slow, up and down, front and back, beginning and end. Everything ceased to exist, leaving only that one point like the beginning, the end. All things have their beginning, and all things have their end. Everyone present was an enlightened expert. There were thousands of great Taoists, but in the end, they all reached the same destination. While they had never seen the true appearance of the peerless heavenly scripture before, witnessing the changes in the silhouette above Yin Zhaoga's head now, feeling the demonstration of his martial will, most of them could somewhat see through it. The manifestation of the primal chaos was the scene when one first learned the peerless heavenly scripture. The Taoist who sat amidst the chaos was the legendary Yuanshi Tianzuan, the jade-clear Taoist ancestor. This was the origin of the rumor that one could see the beginning after cultivating the limitless realm. Later, with the appearance of the auspicious cloud, golden lamp, and the Agarwood carriage, the external image of the heavenly Lord Yuanshi became more concrete and majestic. However, That was not the true appearance of the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, but the incarnation projection of the heavenly Lord of primordial beginning in the eyes of others. Thus, the peerless heavenly tome continued to cultivate and climb higher. In the end, it returned to the point where there was no beginning and no end, no front and no back. Only then did it approach the true appearance of the heavenly Lord Yuan-Shi. The image of the jade, clear, Tao ancestor who symbolized the creation of all things from nothingness was hard to describe, and hard to fathom. It was as if he didn't exist. Yin Zhaoge's current evolution was still lacking a final step. When the last point of the auspicious cloud, golden lamp, disappeared, it would be the time when the peerless heavenly scripture was truly completed. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, when one cultivated the peerless heavenly scripture to this level and combined it with the 9 scriptures, the complete primordial 10 scriptures, they would be able to see the heavenly Lord Yuan-Shi's Tao realm's path and ascend to the Tao realm. It would be as if the heavenly Lord Yuan-Shi had descended upon the world once again. While it was hard for others to fathom, it didn't mean that it had disappeared. Instead, it meant that it was neither alive nor dead, neither existent nor non-existent. Currently, miraculous phenomena were appearing above Yin Zhaoge's head, which clearly indicated that he was only a step away from completing the peerless heavenly scripture. This should only happen after cultivating the peerless heavenly scripture to the grand heavenly immortal realm. The southern extremity longevity emperor's gaze was complex. Cultivating the 3 clear lineages at the same time and reaching such a powerful realm is truly an anomaly. With such a high level of attainment in the peerless heavenly scripture, it should be the complete one. Did he really succeed by himself? The Bodhisattva of Guanyin was filled with thoughts. The Tai cultivated deity frowned. Does he intend to challenge the origin heavenly tribulation with this? Primordial beginning is high, and there are no regrets upon completion. Ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm with the peerless heavenly scripture, it would be difficult for him to cultivate other paths in the future. This path could easily be blocked by the Tao ancestors, causing the cultivator to be stuck in the grand heavenly immortal realm with no hope of entering the Tao realm. While the Tai cultivated deity was two-faced, he had high hopes for an outstanding junior like Yin Zhaoge. The Tao realm was difficult. However, someone like Yin Zhaoge shouldn't remain in the grand heavenly immortal realm. If I don't ascend to the Tao realm with the peerless heavenly scripture, would I be able to cultivate the 3 clear lineages at the same time? The Tai cultivated deity's thoughts flashed, and his gaze fell upon Ye Jingxin and Yu Yi, who were sitting in a line with Yin Zhaoge. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others were also looking at Yin Zhaoge. However, while the central Saha Pagoda wouldn't suppress them, it prevented them from touching Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, Lu Ye, and the others. At this moment, the Western Pure Lands Buddhas could only hold their breaths and watch. Just like Yin Zhaoge and the others, they could only watch as the Dipankara ancient Buddha refined the Blood Sea's formation runes. Now, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others could only watch as Yin Zhaoge proceeded with the process at steady pace. The indescribable above Yin Zhaoge's head expanded and transformed into a golden lamp of auspicious clouds. It was dim and blurry. Chaos primordial peerless infinity, auspicious clouds. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and the others had complicated feelings. The Dipankara ancient Buddha lowered his head and looked at the blood sea beneath him. While the blood sea was still weakening, it wasn't completely depleted yet. Everything was prepared, and all that was left was the final push. However, he couldn't maintain his calm state of mind anymore. Instead, he felt anxious. He could only hope that the Amitabha Buddha, the Supreme Elder Lord, and the Eastern Monarch Tai would be faster. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at the chaos primordial peerless infinity, auspicious clouds above his head. He smiled. Today I'll see the 3 clear lineages, but not the primordial beginning. He blew lightly, and the chaos primordial peerless infinity, auspicious clouds above his head flew to the left and landed on the crystal plate that was sealing Nie Jingshan. The crystal plate quickly disappeared, dispelled by the auspicious cloud. Nie Jingshan's body moved slightly, as if he wanted to return to the Blood Sea Grand Array. However, after being enveloped by the primal chaos infinite beginning auspicious cloud, his body became stable again, and he sat cross-legged on the ground. The dark golden sword light on Nie Jingshan's body lessened, and he took on the appearance of an infant with his innate nascent embryo. The chaotic phenomenon around him became even more intense, resonating with the endless chaotic cloud above his head. His Naiwan palace opened and released a ray of light, guiding the golden cloud lamp to descend slowly. The more the boundless chaos appeared, the dimmer the dark golden sword light became. I've ascended to the grand heavenly realms minor world. Even an extinct devil isn't worth mentioning. Yin Zhaoge's voice was majestic and ethereal. Therefore, devil of aged metal, scram. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1783. The dark golden sword light on Nie Jingshan's body dissipated continuously, as if it was being purified by an invisible existence. Zhaoge has been preparing for this moment. Seeing this, Yang Jian let out a sigh. There was a saying that demons could help all living beings. Those who obtained the God-Fiend incantation would transform into demons. Once they took a step forward, it would be hard to turn back. However, Nie Jingshan's situation was special. He was born with an innate immortal body and would not fall into the post-celestial body. The devil of aged metal, one of the 6 great extinct demons, was a demon born from the same heaven and earth. Thus, he used Nie Jingshan as his body. Although he succeeded, he still left a flaw. However, it was difficult for others to make use of it, so the flaw did not become a flaw. Unfortunately, he had met someone who could grasp this flaw. Yin Zhaoge let the peerless ultimate cloud of primordial chaos pass to Nie Jingshan, resonating with his own phenomenon of primordial chaos. Then, he used the instant he transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm to cleanse Nie Jingshan with the resonance of the heavenly Tao. As the strongest grand virtual immortal in history, this was an unparalleled opportunity that Yin Zhaoge brought along. He grasped hold of an extremely rare opportunity. If Yin Zhaoge missed this opportunity, he wouldn't be able to replicate it even after attaining the grand heavenly immortal realm. On the other side, Yu Ye's figure had also turned blurry. She appeared extremely ferocious, as if she was a miniature version of the humanoid immortal extermination formation. Yin Zhaoge opened his mouth and exhaled several streams of clear qi, which suffused the surroundings of his body. The Naiwan palace on the top of his head opened, and his primordial spirit flew out. It divided into 3 and then combined into 1. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Taoist treasures, scriptures, treasures, jade clear, upper clear, grand clear. 3 venerables responded to the rise of 1 qi. The concealed light silently circulated the 4 seasons without a word. Emptiness, the limitless, and the 3 realms were born. Grand overarching heaven, golden palace, void of nature, 3 clear realms, 3 treasures, heavenly lord. The chant of the 3 pure ones rang out, and the sound of the grand Tao shook the heavens and earth. Whether it was the 9 underworlds or the universe outside, everything was ringing. Bright light arose all over Yin Zhaoge's body, resembling blazing flames. Yuan heavenly tribulation, an incomparably violent origin heavenly tribulation. This was a powerful tribulation that no one present had ever seen before. Everyone asked themselves if they were in Yin Zhaoge's shoes. If a grand virtual immortal were to attempt to ascend to the grand heavenly immortal realm, facing such a powerful origin heavenly tribulation, only death awaited them. However, that fierce light flashed past Yin Zhaoge's body. The 3 streams of clear qi surrounded Yin Zhaoge, causing him to seem as though he had leapt out of this world, standing alone outside of it. At the same time, a 3rd light flower appeared above his head, outside of the god flower and the chi flower. 3 flowers converging acupoint, 5 chis collecting in mind. Celestial, immortal, great, firmament, physique, undying, unrestrained body. The grand, heavenly, immortal realm. Amidst the majestic and boundless Tao song, Yin Zhaoge's figure disappeared within the clear chi. 3 streams of clear air condensed into one, returning to limitless. The limitless beginning moved. The primordial chaos split apart. The heaven and earth split apart, and the good fortune appeared. Yin and Yang, the 4 symbols, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the growth of all living things, and the changes of the primordial world. Time flowed on. The blue sea turned into mulberry fields. As eras changed, natural lux surged forward all the way into the last days era arrived, all things declined. In the end, everything returned to nothingness. There was no before and after, no beginning and end, no sooner or later, no cause and effect, no illusory and real from the nothingness. Another good fortune was created. With such a cycle, only the great Tao was eternal. Beneath the blood sea formed by the 12 devilish heavenly formation, the Amitabha Buddha's expression remained unchanged. He sighed softly. The primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil's gaze flickered slightly. The Grand Supreme Elder Lord and the Eastern Sovereign Tai's expressions remained the same. Just like before, they didn't care about what was happening outside of the blood sea. However, their existence ensured that the situation within the blood sea remained unchanged. The blood sea and the blood sea seemed to be 2 unrelated worlds. Yin Zhaoge's original figure gradually materialized once again. Everyone looked over and saw that Yin Zhaoge's appearance was no different from before. Only a round and perfect treasure light appeared behind his head. Within the treasure light, it was bright and dim at times, clear and turbid at times. It seemed like before the primordial chaos split apart, and also like the manifestation of all living things in the world. Looking at it again, it seemed like the end of the good fortune, and everything returned to nothingness. It was as if time had stopped flowing, and there was no distinction between the past, present, and future. However, it also seemed to be displaying the entire process from before the heavens were opened, to after the world's destruction, and then to the creation of a new fortune. The miraculous principles of the great Tao were operating and changing. The conflicting feelings were now perfectly unified, and they appeared on the same person. Congratulations on ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, everlasting and unrestrained, said Suan Mingzhang with a smile. Almost at the same time, Yang Jian also smiled and said, "Congratulations on ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, everlasting and unrestrained." Neza looked at Yin Zhaoge in a daze, as if he couldn't come back to his senses. After he calmed himself down, he laughed, "Congratulations, Taoist." The Tai spiritual master and the North Star Emperor also smiled. "Congratulations on ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, everlasting and unrestrained." The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Xuandu Great Taoist revealed an expression that seemed like praise. "Congratulations, Taoist Yin." Taoist Luya, Yuan Hong, the Bull Demon King, and the other great demons who were also beneath the Saha Pagoda bowed towards Yin Zhaoge after a brief moment of silence. "Congratulations, young heavenly lord, for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, everlasting and unrestrained." Only Mahamayuri remained silent as he observed Yin Zhaoge. The other person who didn't speak was Feng Yinsheng. She sat quietly by the side and smiled at Yin Zhaoge. Her gaze was filled with joy, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Outside of the Saha Pagoda's range, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands remained deathly silent. When they saw Yin Zhaoge reappearing from the void with the 3 flowers converged crown and 5 chis unifications, they were all speechless. Surging clear air spread out from beneath the Saha Pagoda and spread towards the vast skies. Profound and profound syllables resounded continuously, reverberating throughout the entire great thousand worlds. Even the Taoism heavens, the Western Pure Lands, and the Astro Mountain starry seas resounded with the voice of the great Tao. Within the Western Pure Lands, the victorious fighting Buddha's gaze seemed to have traversed through space and looked towards the 9 underworlds. He remained silent. Within the Astro Mountain starry seas, after the initial shock, the Grand Saint of 9 spirits, 9 heads, let out a long sigh and cupped his hands towards the 9 underworlds' direction. Congratulations, young Heavenly Lord, for ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm, everlasting and unrestrained. The profound voice of the great Tao also resounded towards the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha around, the 2 heretics couldn't hear them. As Yin Zhaoge was attempting the origin heavenly tribulation, the Jade Door and the White Lotus above the void showed signs of moving. However, the 2 heretics were wary of each other, and with the immortal extermination formation hiding by the side, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha didn't make a move. Previously, when the central Saha Pagoda appeared, the immortal extermination formation didn't dare to act recklessly. Now, the tables had turned. Within the 9 underworlds, everyone could only watch as Yin Zhaoge transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Then, he slowly walked out of the central Saha Pagoda's range. Chapter 1784. The Saha Pagoda in the center was extremely beautiful, with 4 golden Buddhas sitting at its 4 corners. Under the immense suppression, even Mahamayuri, Yang Jian, Su Mingzhang, and the others couldn't move freely, let alone leave the pagoda's range. Even after manifesting their golden bodies, Mahamayuri, Yang Jian, and Tao Lord Luya couldn't escape. Only, while the pagoda was powerful, it had its own profundities. It could only suppress and not harm anyone. As a result, the pagoda's suppression towards everyone was different. Basically, it just so happened to be at everyone's upper limit. Some were stronger, while some were weaker. At the very first moment, the pagoda's strength remained unchanged. As long as the pagoda existed, its suppression wouldn't weaken even if it was attacked from the outside. However, on the other hand, it wouldn't be strengthened. In the previous battle, everyone had gone all out. When the pagoda's suppression came, even if everyone went all out, it wouldn't change much. However, now that Yin Zhaoge had transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, the central Saha Pagoda couldn't continue suppressing him. With the 3 flowers converged crown and the grand heavenly immortal body, Yin Zhaoge's strength wasn't something a grand virtual immortal could compare to. As such, the central Saha Pagoda's suppression towards him wasn't even worth mentioning. The perfected clear radiance behind Yin Zhaoge's head illuminated the 9 underworlds. He walked out from the pagoda and walked towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Western Pure Lands Buddhas. Things never go as one wishes. The Dipankara ancient Buddha's gaze revealed a rare look of exhaustion, and he let out a long sigh. He lowered his head and looked at the blood sea. The blood radiance was almost depleted, and the large formation's radiance was also becoming dimmer. On the contrary, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's pure Buddha light transformed into billions of swastikas that were getting brighter and brighter, enveloping the large formation's patterns. The Dipankara ancient Buddha had been waiting for many years and plotted many fortuitous encounters. Now, they were only half a step away. The final moment was about to arrive. After a while, the Dipankara ancient Buddha will be able to take that final step. Dipankara, please. Today's situation doesn't belong to you. Yin Zhaoge walked closer and looked at the ancient Buddha. The Elder Supreme Lord taught you the peerless heavenly scripture, but you walked another path. What can you do? What can you do? What the Dipankara ancient Buddha said made the others raise their eyebrows. It's a pity that I found out about this too late. Otherwise, I might have thought of a way. Now that things have come to this, why do you still waste your breath to stall for time? It's useless. Yin Zhaoge's footsteps did not cease. The invincible Vajra Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist venerables all wore solemn expressions. While they were unable to grasp exactly what level Yin Zhaoga's current strength had reached, they could all vaguely feel immense pressure. It was a pressure that almost set off a tsunami in their hearts. However, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was only a few moments away from success. The Western Pure Lands Buddhas had no choice but to step forward and obstruct Yin Zhaoga in an attempt to fight for a chance for the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yin Zhaoga seemed to be smiling, yet also not. Looking at the Buddhas of the blessed land in front of him, his expression didn't change even after being surrounded by them. Instead, he quickened his pace and charged straight into the group of Buddhas. The invincible Vajra Buddha's expression was solemn, and his eyes were resolute as he stepped forward. The majestic golden radiance continued condensing. The more it condensed, the brighter it became. The Vajra Buddha kingdom descended upon the 9 underworlds. It was as bright as a diamond, and its radiance was boundless, illuminating the boundless void. Everything within the Buddha kingdom was enveloped by the clear radiance. No matter if it was a tangible object or intangible space, everything became solid and sturdy, breaking through the impermanence of life and death. Aging, sickness, and death were like a dream. Without fear and greed, one could attain eternal freedom and indestructible Vajra. Countless Buddhist chants resounded. Within the Vajra Buddha kingdom, the invincible Vajra Buddha sat on a lotus. The golden lamp and Saraira above his head shone brightly. Yin Zhaoga's footsteps didn't stop. He raised one hand and clenched his fingers into a fist. He didn't do anything else. He only raised his hand and punched straight towards the Vajra Buddha kingdom in front of him. Crack! A crisp sound resounded from the Vajra Buddha kingdom that was as bright and clear as a diamond. It was like a porcelain shattering. The indestructible and indestructible Vajra Buddha kingdom was shattered by Yin Zhaoga's punch. Space was still frozen. Like real porcelain shards with a tangible form, they fell off. Yin Zhaoga continued forward and arrived in front of the invincible Vajra Buddha. He punched again. The invincible Vajra Buddha was expressionless. He clenched his fist and punched forward to receive Yin Zhaoga's fist. When the two fists collided, the surrounding devilish void trembled. The invincible Vajra Buddha's body trembled. His hand that came in contact with Yin Zhaoga immediately shattered like the Vajra Buddha kingdom. The cracks followed the invincible Vajra Buddha's arm and quickly spread to other parts of his body. Seeing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva didn't dare to be careless. She hurriedly lifted up the purified bottle and tilted its mouth. The sweet pouring raindrops fell down. On one hand, it landed on the invincible Vajra Buddha's body, nourishing his golden body and healing his injuries. On the other hand, it surrounded Yin Zhaoga. The raindrops surrounded his body and slowed down his attack. Within a single move, it attacked the enemy and saved the person at the same time. The Bodhisattva's benevolence and the Vajra's anger were all fused within. Yin Zhaoga didn't mind it. He opened his mouth and blew. That white qi was blown out by Yin Zhaoga's mouth. However, when it reached mid-air, it instantly turned into a majestic river. Wherever the white qi went, it blew away the sweet pouring raindrops of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Even Yang Jian, Neza, Suo, Mingzhong, Feng Yunsheng, and the others all improved step by step. It's a clear progression process. The Buddhists felt bitter in their hearts. This Yin Zhaoga has just ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and he's already this strong. Although he received help from his fellow Taoists, and although the enemy in front of him was strong, the invincible Vajra Buddha didn't retreat. The Buddha chanted the name of Buddha. The golden lamp above his head flipped over, and the Saraira came crashing down. He didn't care about his injured left arm, nor did he try to strengthen his body to resist Yin Zhaoga's strength. Instead, he raised his right hand and gathered all his strength to push the Saraira towards Yin Zhaoga's counterattack. This Buddha, who was known for his defense, was currently gathering all his strength into this attack. Yin Zhaoga showed a look of praise, but he had no intention of resisting. His fist that shattered the invincible Vajra Buddha's left arm was punched forward for the third time. under the violent power capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth, the invincible Vajra Buddha's body shattered even faster. Before the invincible Vajra Buddha's right fist could reach his body, Yin Zhaoge had already shattered the invincible Vajra Buddha's body. The colossal Buddha exploded into golden dust that filled the sky. The invincible Vajra Buddha, who was known as the Grand Heavenly Realm Buddhist Bandi with the highest defense, was killed by Yin Zhaoge's 3 punches. Chapter 1785. The indestructible Vajra Buddha had passed away. Even the Taoism experts and demon race great sages under the Saha Pagoda were shocked, not to mention the others from the Western Pure Lands. After all, the indestructible Vajra Buddha could not be compared to the likes of Narayan Buddha and Red Inferno Dhyana Buddha. His strength was even above the victorious Fighting Buddha and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. In the past, among the 35 Buddhas of the central blessed lands of Saha, the Vajra Unbreakable Buddha was only ranked below Gautama Buddha. In recent years, as the Western Pure Lands fought against the Astro Mountain Starry Seas demon race, the Dipankara Buddha and Dalord Luya hid behind the scenes most of the time. The main leaders of the battle were the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. However, this Buddhist bigwig, who had been famous for more than a single epoch, had survived the internal strife of Buddhism at the intersection of the Middle Era and the Modern Era, had survived the Great Calamity, and had survived the encirclement of a horde of demons. Yet, he had finally perished today. He was killed by 3 punches from someone who had just ascended to the golden immortal realm. It wasn't that the other Buddhist venerables didn't want to help. However, before they could help, the indestructible Vajra Buddha, with the golden body's #1 defense, had already perished by Yin Zhaoge's hands. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva had just summoned the 3 Laws Golden Lotus and was descending towards Yin Zhaoge's head. Yin Zhaoge didn't even look at it as he directly raised his palm, grabbing towards the 3 Laws Golden Lotus. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's 3 Arts Golden Lotus was a treasure that he had refined by combining the strengths of the Taoism's jade, clear, direct lineage and the orthodox martial arts of Buddhism. As the Golden Lotus revolved, the 3 profundities of time, space, and yin and yang were born. They originated from the Taoism's jade, clear lineage and were fused together with Buddhism's samsara, vacuum, and impermanence, giving them boundless profundities. Yet, as Yin Zhaoge clawed out with his palm, time came to a standstill, space collapsed, yin and yang disintegrated, samsara ceased to exist, vacuum wasn't empty, impermanence was fixed. The various concepts and principles were all disintegrated as the spinning golden lotus was instantly caught within Yin Zhaoge's hands. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was shocked. He quickly released a thin thread of white light from his finger. Gradually, an auspicious cloud grew out from the light. It was several zhang high, with 8 corners, and on the corners were golden lanterns and hanging pearls. While the octagonal auspicious cloud above his head protected his body, the Bodhisattva manifested his special Dharma form for combat. His face was like purple clouds, and his huge mouth was filled with fangs. He looked extremely ferocious. In a split second, the clouds turned red. The golden body was covered with auspicious colors. Pearls hung all over the body, and the lotus flowers supported the auspicious clouds. The Bodhisattva manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a devil subduing pestle in his hand as he attacked Yin Zhaoge. Yet, with one hand holding onto the 3 Laws Golden Lotus, Yin Zhaoge extended his other hand, a vortex seemingly appearing within his palm as it rotated unceasingly. An incredible suction force came from it, directly sucking away the octagonal auspicious cloud protecting Samantabhadra's head. The octagonal auspicious cloud transformed into smoke, disappearing within the vortex on Yin Zhaoge's palm. Yin Zhaoge's palm continued reaching forward, accurately grabbing the devil, subduing pestle in the hands of the Samantabhadra. The Bodhisattva's technique was a Vajra exorcism technique that contained wisdom and awareness. The huge demon-subduing pestle was tough and indestructible, yet nimble and untraceable. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge had firmly grasped that devil-descending pestle with a single palm. Then he exerted his strength, and the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva was instantly flung away. The devil-subduing pestle was also taken away by Yin Zhaoge. On account of our past relationship, I won't harm your lives. Step back and don't make a mistake. After sending the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva flying away, Yin Zhaoge kept the devil-subduing pestle and the 3 laws golden lotus. Then he reached out his hand towards the Bodhisattva. A perfect and pure Buddha light appeared behind the Bodhisattva's head, illuminating the entire world, isolating himself in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, as if he didn't belong to this world. Yin Zhaoge's palm reached out, but his first attempt actually missed, unable to touch the other party. Ever since the middle journey to the West era, the Bodhisattva rarely made a move. Yet his strength was actually above the Samantabhadra. However, Yin Zhaoge's palm didn't stop, and he continued moving forward. This time, his palm lit up, as if countless talismans and inscriptions were engraved on it. His palm that flickered with radiance seemed to have reached into the water, and circles of ripples appeared. Then he grabbed the pristine jade bottle in the Bodhisattva's hand. The Bodhisattva sighed helplessly and could only let go. Yin Zhaoge grabbed the pristine jade bottle and swung his arm. The ripples spread and instantly became intense. The Bodhisattva's pure Buddha light behind his head shook, and with a muffled groan, he fell backwards. Yin Zhaoge didn't stop and continued moving forward. Suddenly, he felt that his feet had become slightly heavier. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, nice move. Yin Zhaoge didn't need to lower his head to know what was happening. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had opened the door to hell once again, opening up the cycle of reincarnation. The creation of the heavens and earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the might of the world was nothing more than this. The 6 paths Sword Buddha, Chu Su, was a peerless genius. He was the #1 heretic grand heavenly realm heretics in history. Even if there were others who came after him, they would at most have the same cultivation as him. Chu Su's strength lay in his sword opening the cycle of reincarnation, borrowing the world's 6 paths of reincarnation to subdue his enemies. Only, long before him, there was already someone who was proficient in this Tao and was even stronger than him. It was the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He triggered Yin Zhaoge's karma, attempting to force Yin Zhaoge into the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he succeeded, the 6 paths of reincarnation would be the true enemy that Yin Zhaoge had to face. It was fine if he didn't succeed, but if he did, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would always be successful. If he wasn't a Tao realm bigwig, how many people could truly withstand the horrifying pressure of the creation of the world and the endless reincarnation? Yet, there was one right in front of him. Yin Zhaoge stood above hell. Around his body, the black cheese formed by the karma were like chains. This time, Yin Zhaoge didn't try to eliminate the black cheese formed by the karma like when he was fighting against Chu Su in the grand virtual realm. He didn't try to evade, and instead, he stood straight above the reincarnation. As the black cheese formed by the karma surged, it attempted to drag Yin Zhaoge into the reincarnation. However, Yin Zhaoge's figure didn't waver. Instead, he continued striding forward. He walked all the way to the front of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, raised his palm, and slammed it down. Hell isn't empty yet. Stay here, Bodhisattva, and don't ask about external matters. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body was pure and clear. He raised his palm to block, and the swastika on his palm rotated black and white life and death. However, after being slammed by Yin Zhaoge's palm, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's body became unstable, and he fell into the reincarnation below. As the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva fell, the scenes of hell disappeared, and the door of reincarnation closed. The chains formed by the black cheese on Yin Zhaoge's body also broke apart and disappeared. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Yin Zhaoge swept through the Western Pure Land Buddhas, In everyone's eyes, he didn't seem to have executed any shocking supreme martial arts. However, every single punch and kick seemed to contain boundless might, causing the Buddhas to retreat. When the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva attacked, boundless radiances circulated, transforming into boundless white flames, purifying everything within the world. However, Yin Zhaoge placed his hands forward. After straightening his arms, he forcefully pulled them apart. The white sea of flames was instantly torn apart. Chapter 1786. With the momentum of splitting the heavens and severing the seas, Yin Zhaoge tore apart the sea of white flames formed by the Mahasthemaprapta's Buddha light. Previously, when he was in the grand virtual realm, he combined the martial arts of the three clear lineage and created a new supreme art of his own. There are still traces of it, and I can vaguely see the source. Beneath the central Saha Pagoda, Dalord Luya frowned as he witnessed Yin Zhaoge's attack. Now, I can't see anything. Yin Zhaoge separated the all-encompassing radiance and extended his hand. His index and middle fingers formed a sword and stabbed towards the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva. A lotus appeared under the Bodhisattva's feet and lifted him up to retreat. However, Yin Zhaoge's speed was even faster. Although the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva teleported by the void, he could still see the sword radiance on Yin Zhaoge's fingertip getting closer and closer. The Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva had no choice but to put his palms together and condense a Dharma body of boundless light. Boundless radiance spread out in all directions before converging into a single point. In front of the chest of the Bodhisattva, white light condensed into a lotus platform with 9 petals. This lotus platform slowly drifted forward, meeting the sword light on Yin Zhaoge's fingertip. In the void of the demon domain, wherever the lotus platform passed, everything was burned through, forming a hollow path. The immeasurable brilliance was highly condensed and compressed, forming an unimaginably high temperature that was even higher than the blazing flames. The light repelled, destroyed, and melted everything it encountered, the 9-petal lotus platform possessing both offense and defense, possessing shocking power as it met Yin Zhaoge's sword light head-on. As compared to this 9-petaled lotus platform, Yin Zhaoge's sword light was like a candle flickering in the wind as it was indiscernible. However, when the two sides collided, the seemingly weak sword light directly pierced through the 9-petal lotus platform. The lotus platform that had been pierced through was no longer stable, and the boundless radiance that had been condensed was unable to continue gathering, so it began to scatter into the surroundings. The radiance once again shone in all directions, but had lost the boundless and limitless concept from before. Every bit that dissipated was a bit less. As the 9-petal lotus platform shattered, the radiance quickly dimmed. That ordinary-looking sword radiance continued to extend like a small flame as it stabbed toward the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva. Buddha is merciful. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at the blood sea that was on the verge of drying up, yet still had some remaining. He let out a long sigh and chanted the name of Buddha. He took out the 18 sea calming pearls again and smashed them towards Yin Zhaoge. He intended to attack the enemy's weakness and help the Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva out of his predicament. The 5-colored light on the sea calming pearl was dazzling and suppressing one's soul. Yin Zhaoge exhaled 3 times towards the sky, 3 streams of clear qi strolling about in the air above his head, resembling a sea of clouds. The 5-colored glow of the sea calming pearl was obscured by the clear qi as it was instantly unable to reach Yin Zhaoge. That orb that was heavy as the heavens descended, aiming straight for Yin Zhaoge's head. Yin Zhaoge, however, ignored this famed treasure that had slain numerous peak bigwigs. A sword light flashed on the tip of his finger. After piercing through the 9-petal lotus platform, he thrust out another sword and continued forward. Mahasthemaprapta Bodhisattva wanted to dodge, but the invincible sword ray still pierced his forehead. The golden body of the Buddha, which was shining brightly, was like a deflated balloon. Yin Zhaoge retracted his finger, causing the Mahasthamarprapta Bodhisattva's forehead wound to continuously emit radiances. The act of drawing the sword seemed to drain the Mahasthamarprapta Bodhisattva's life aura. At the same time, the sea-calming orb smashed into the air above Yin Zhaoge's head. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge couldn't dodge in time, his Niwen palace opened up, and another stream of white qi shot up to the sky. Stimulated by this white qi, the three streams of clear qi above Yin Zhaoge's head combined into one. This qi rapidly transformed, forming a canopy which covered Yin Zhaoge's head. On top of the canopy, wondrous phenomena appeared, layer after layer, resembling a pagoda. The bottom part was chaos, which was blurry and hard to describe. It seemed to exist and not exist, as if the primordial chaos had yet to be formed. Above, the primordial chaos was formed, and the universe was born. The chaotic earth, water, fire, and wind surged everywhere, causing the earlier heaven scenery to be unstable. When the earlier heaven 5 grands and 5 virtues manifested, the earth, water, fire, and wind were re-established. The heavens and earth were split apart, and the Taiji was divided into yin and yang, creating the initial birth of creation. After that, the primordial chaos changed, and the birth of all living beings and the myriad of scenes of the world appeared one after another. Layer after layer, continuously moving upwards, the wondrous phenomena stacked together. In the end, creation came to an end. All living beings perished, and everything returned to nothingness. An indescribable and indescribable point stood on top of the canopy, faintly discernible like a precious orb. However, that wasn't the end. Instead, it seemed to be a brand new beginning, evolving into another primordial chaos and the changes of creation. As such, the cycle continued, and the wondrous phenomena were endless. At the edge of the canopy, there was also an endless amount of clear qi, like many silk ribbons, hanging down. As if the heavens were crashing down, the domineering, sea-calming pearl landed on the canopy above Yin Zhaoge's head. However, it instantly stopped breathing. The cosmos shrunk and reverted to the form of a colorful orb. As if it had landed on a plate, it was steadily lifted up by Yin Zhaoge's canopy. Upon seeing this, Feng Yunsheng, Mahamayuri, Yang Jian, and Suan Mingzhang's eyes lit up. Tao Lord Luya, Neza, and the others revealed expressions of shock. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was facing Yin Zhaoge's sharpness, felt even more intense. Huge waves surged within his mind, and he couldn't calm down. Upon seeing the canopy appearing above Yin Zhaoge's head, the Dipankara ancient Buddha knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly tried to retract the sea-calming pearl. In the end, the sea-calming pearls that landed on the canopy trembled. However, they couldn't leave the canopy as if they were stuck on it. No matter how hard the Dipankara ancient Buddha tried, no matter how much the sea-calming pearls struggled, they couldn't fly up. This is fate. The Dipankara ancient Buddha sighed. The sea-calming pearl that was being sucked in by the canopy could only be abandoned. This treasure originally belonged to the prime, clear bigwig, Zhao Gongming. Later on, it fell into the hands of the Dipankara ancient Buddha for more than an epoch. Now, it finally returned to the hands of the Taoism lineage. Not only did the Dipankara ancient Buddha abandon the sea-calming pearl, but he even left the area above the abyss of the Blood Sea and hid far away. In the end, the Western Pure Lands still chose to give up on the 9 underworlds layout that they had painstakingly plotted for so long. Otherwise, before the Dipankara ancient Buddha succeeded, all the Buddhas of the Blessed Lands, including himself, would perish here. Seeing Yin Zhaoge ascending to the grand heavenly realm, and their success was right in front of them, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the group of Buddhist banis had thoughts of greed, anger, and foolishness stirred within them. They had no choice but to face Yin Zhaoge head-on. However, reality had proven that they couldn't rely on luck. Along the way, Yin Zhaoge was invincible, sweeping through all the Buddhas of the Blessed Lands. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others were jolted awake. They immediately made a decision and retreated. Yin Zhaoge acted as if nothing had happened and walked above the Blood Sea. He lowered his head and looked at the Blood Sea Grand Formation's runes, which were still surfacing with countless swastikas. He swiped his palm down in the air, and the pure gold and translucent Buddha seals and talisman markings that were like clear glass all vanished. Benefactor Yan's cultivation is shocking. I'm impressed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha sighed. Only, you've just ascended to the grand heavenly realm. While your strength is strong, you're still far from the Tao realm. You're also walking on a path that has never been seen before. I'm afraid that the 9 underworld situation isn't suitable for you. I wonder if you'll be helping Taoist Xuandu or Taoist South Pole in the end. Chapter 1787. Yin Zhaoge stood in the air above the Blood Sea. His hand were placed behind his back, looking relaxed. He casually destroyed the Buddhism imprint on the 12 devilish grand formations runes, cutting off the Dipankara ancient Buddha's hope of refining the Blood Sea and releasing the devils. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands couldn't withstand his attack and retreated. If they didn't, they would follow the footsteps of the unbreakable Vajra Buddha and the Mazdamaprapta Bodhisattva. Within the 12 devilish grand formation, the primordial heavenly devil and the vast freedom heavenly devil were staring at the Amitabha Buddha. The Amitabha Buddha's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. The Supreme Elder Lord and the Eastern Sovereignty were on the other side, looking calm. The heaven and earth heaven, earthly, yellow, exquisite pagoda revolved above the Elder Lord's head, causing streams of heaven and earth heaven, earthly, yellow chi to descend. Affected by the battle between the Tao ancestors, the 12 devilish grand formation grew weaker and weaker. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha watched as the imprint he left on the Blood Sea's runes was erased by Yin Zhaoge. His hopes of ascending to the Tao realm were dashed once again, and he couldn't help but feel exhausted. I wonder if Benefactor Yin is going to help Taoist Xuandu or Taoist South Pole. The Dipankara ancient Buddha stared at Yin Zhaoge. Everyone else's gaze was also focused on Yin Zhaoge. Previously, Yin Zhaoge was stuck in the grand void and didn't manage to transcend the origin heavenly tribulation. Now that he had transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and became a new grand heavenly immortal, he seemed to have the 9 underworld situation in his grasp. Looking at that young face, the few grand heavenly realm experts that had attained the Tao for more than one epoch had a complicated look in their eyes. Yin Zhaoge didn't answer. Instead, he turned his head and looked above the 9 underworlds at the boundlessly high place. There, a white jade door was faintly discernible. If possible, the immeasurable heavenly lord naturally hoped that the new Tao ancestor would appear from his alliance, the Western Pure Lands. However, the situation had reversed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha no longer had any hope, and the immeasurable heavenly lord couldn't ignore it any longer. At the same time, the celestial extermination formation appeared indistinctly. Its sharpness was restrained, but its spearhead was pointed straight at the celestial court. It was just that this time, the attitude of the white jade gate was extremely unyielding. Even though the immortal extermination formation was threatening their foundation, they still covetously eyed the situation in the 9 underworlds. The immortal court had been completely annihilated, and he had become a general without an army. To the immeasurable heavenly lord, 10,000 years of hard work going down the drain was naturally a huge blow. However, the addition of a new Tao ancestor to the enemy's side posed a similarly huge threat to him in the future. At that time, they might not be able to protect the foundation of the immortal court even if they were to face even more powerful enemies. Since that was the case, he might as well grit his teeth and pay the price now, hoping for a chance to turn the tables in the future. Only 4 Tao ancestors could break the immortal extermination formation. However, the immortal vanquishing array could not harm a Tao ancestor. Both sides fell out, and the result was mutual destruction. When it really came to a time where he had to make a choice, the immeasurable heavenly lord did not lack this kind of resolution. However, right at this moment, a white lotus floated over. Although the white lotus was not as powerful as it was before, it seemed a little weak compared to the Jade Gate. However, when this white lotus appeared in the air, the pressure from the Jade Gate immediately dissipated. It was the future Buddha Maitreya, who had suffered a huge loss previously, coming out of seclusion again. He was now in a stalemate with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Currently, the Supreme Elder Lord's heaven and earth profound, yellow, exquisite pagoda was standing in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds could no longer restrict the Eastern sovereignty, giving the Amitabha Buddha a chance to attack the Maitreya Buddha together with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Although the Maitreya Buddha had suffered a loss previously, he did not want to decide the outcome of the battle. He only wanted to restrict the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would not be able to do anything to him within a short period of time. Under such circumstances, the threat brought by the immortal extermination formation became unbearable. Seeing this, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhas of the Blessed Lands were completely destroyed. Yin Zhaoge didn't seem surprised. Instead, as if he had verified his guess, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the central Saha Pagoda. As time passed, the radiance on the central Saha Pagoda was slowly fading away. The pressure on the people suppressed by the pagoda did not decrease. However, when the radiance on the central Saha Pagoda dissipated, everyone would immediately regain their freedom. As for the Taoism, they would still have the absolute advantage. One of them tricked my wife, and the other tricked senior apprentice brother Nya. Yin Zhaoge's gaze moved between the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Xian Du Great Taoist. It's so hard to choose. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said, "Taoist Yin, you've misunderstood." "I didn't misunderstand anything." Yin Zhaoge interrupted him. "With your origin heavenly scripture cultivation, how could you not know about the Rahu saber that Jian Shunhua left behind for 1,000 years before entering the 9 underworlds, as well as the whereabouts of the Rahu saber?" He stared straight at the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and a jade-green radiance appeared within his eyes. As if he was attracted by something, the same jade-green radiance appeared within the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's eyes as well, intertwining and forming profound runes. As expected, when I was searching for the Shakyamuni Saraira in the central blessed lands of Saha's ruins 1,000 years ago, I was careless and was discovered by you. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor remained silent for a moment and sighed. How sharp. Back then, you were only in the grand virtual realm and didn't cultivate the origin heavenly scripture. However, your attainments were still so deep. Ever since Yun Zhongzi perished, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor became the person with the highest attainments in the origin heavenly scripture. Only, not many people knew about this. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor stood amidst the thunderbolts, his figure faintly discernible. Unfortunately, you've ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and I've yet to ascend to the Tao realm. I'm a step slower than you. If he was a step slower, the difference would be like heaven and earth. The Tai cultivated deity tried to ease the tension between the two. What happened between Taoist Feng and Taoist Nya is regrettable. Fortunately, the outcome can still be salvaged. Finally, Senior Apprentice Uncle Elder Lord is willing to take action personally. For now, we should focus on the 9 underworld situation. Fellow Taoist Yin, please think about it. To avoid being disrespectful towards the Elder Lord, Yin Zhaoge's words were reserved. What he meant was that even if the Elder Lord took action today, it was still hard to say what would happen in the future. As such, Taoism's direct lineage had to make use of this opportunity to plan for the 9 underworld situation. Only by having a new Tao ancestor would they be able to stabilize the situation in the future. You're right, Taoist. Yin Zhaoge nodded towards the Tai cultivated deity. Then, he looked towards the Xiandu Great Taoist and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Is this the reason why the two of you are so fearless? He smiled. Unfortunately, I don't have to pick one out of the two of you. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Everyone frowned when they heard his words. Yin Zhaoge pointed towards the 12 devilish gods and devils grand formation beneath the Blood Sea. Who do you think the Elder Lord's participation helped? No matter if it's the central Sahab Pagoda's appearance or me ascending to the grand heavenly realm, the Eastern Sovereign doesn't seem to mind it at all. Why do you think that's the case? He glanced at the 9 underworlds above his head and the white lotus that was faintly blocking the jade door. Do you think that the future Buddha was willing to help us block the immeasurable heavenly Lord just to ensure that the Dipankara ancient Buddha wouldn't ascend to the Tao realm?